Well, hello there. No, this is the Morning Roast. Don't change your dial. The voices may be different. This is not Joe Shasky. It's not Bonte Hill. This isn't even Joe Spadoni. We're going deep into the bench today. This is Sam Lubman here on the mic. Usually I produce this show, but today I will be driving this show, but that won't stop us from having a good time, though, because that's what we do on the Morning Roast. We're all about good times because that's just what we do in the morning. I like to have fun in the morning, so the show will go on because it must, because it's what we do. So good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to all those truck drivers, cab drivers, all those nurses, the doctors, the cops, the firefighters, the dancers of the night, as we like to call them sometimes. Good morning to all those longshoremen, any ship captains out there who are tuned in. Good morning to them as well. Good morning to our paper boys out there. Good morning to the BART train operators who are already out there booping on the BART rays right now. Good morning to our boss, Matt Nahigian, who is on the ones and twos this morning. Like I said, we're going deep into the bench today. We know it's like that when the boss man is running the board. And last but not least, good morning to my co-host this morning, former Miami Hurricane, much like myself, FP Santangelo. FP, how you doing this morning?
Sam, look at you in the big chair. Did you say a good morning to dancers of the night? I feel like they're just getting off work right now, so hopefully they had a good night.
I think there might be a couple hours left. I don't know. Bonte calls them strippers, but we get in trouble when we call them strippers.
Did you say good morning to cab drivers? Are there even cab drivers?
Cab drivers, Uber drivers. No, there's cab drivers. We have a cab driver that shuttles us over from the old building over to this new building every morning. So no, there's at least one working in San Francisco right now.
Yeah, it's all like Uber, and I've been doing the Waymo lately. The Waymo without this, the driverless car, the one that they burned down in Chinatown. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. This is like a tremendous new invention. And I'm like, I was scared the first time I went in it, but it's a driverless car for those of you who don't know. And it's like an amusement park ride. Like if you get in a Waymo late at night with your friends, you connect your phone Bluetooth to it, the sound system in them is baller. And you just put on like whatever you like to listen to and crank it. And there's no driver. And just to see a car where the steering wheel just spins one way, spins the other way, literally, I've done it maybe, you got to get on a wait list, by the way. And then finally I was accepted. I don't know what you have to do to be accepted.
Well, I hope you don't have to go anywhere in a hurry then.
No, they drive safer than some Uber X drivers. No offense to all the Uber X drivers, but it's really safe. And I know the Uber drivers upset it because it's driverless cars. It's a good problem. But dude, if you're having a fun night with friends, you pile in a Waymo, and like I said, you're not in a hurry. It's been nothing but safe. And it drives kind of normal. It's not like, oh my God, look at this right here. They do take some circuitous routes every now and then, but yeah, it's fun. Anyways, so Sam, you're in the big chair today.
Exactly. Yeah. We're not a Waymo. We are not a driverless show today.
You got the last minute call. You just got called up from AAA to the big leagues. Like, have fun. We're going to have fun today. We got 4 hours together. Yeah, Matt's going to be pressing the wrong buttons on the other side of the glass. You're going to have...
We'll keep it easy for him.
And we just have to deal with that. It's going to be really hard because you just say, what does this button do? But yeah, let's have fun, man. Let's talk some sports.
Yeah, I'll say the one thing, and then when I did the show with Spadoni at the end of last year, I said the same thing too. The thing that I'm going to be focused the most on, aside from, our content and getting to callers and stuff like that, got to hit our brakes. Got to hit those brakes. I'm always on Bonte and Shasky on hitting those brakes. So that's going to be my big thing. I want to make sure I'm hitting those brakes today. I want to make sure I hit all of our reads too. Like, for instance, I want to give a shout out to YouTube and Twitch, which is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings. Dividend opened a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Also want to give a shout out to the Comcast Business text line. And a reminder, since it's Wednesday, it is a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Yeah, FP, you bring up a good point. This is kind of like my getting called up from the AAA to the big leagues. Bringing off the bench, no longer a role player. I am in the starting lineup. And who better to do that with than you, as someone who's been in that similar situation, but with the actual big leagues in baseball. You were once, a young, fresh-faced rookie coming up with the then Montreal Expos and thrust into the starting lineup one day. What was that like for you the first day you walked into the ballpark and you looked at the lineup card, and for the first time in your big league career, you are starting in that day? What was that moment like?
Dude, I spent 7 years in the minor leagues. And, I just put your head down, guy, stay in your lane, never say a word, never ruffle feathers. I had guys come back from the big leagues to AAA in my 4th year in AAA. And I was MVP a couple of years in AAA. And I had guys coming back and say, you can play in the big leagues. Like, they got to give you a shot. So this article came out in the Montreal Gazette. Kevin Malone was a GM, said, well, it was around the trade deadline. We have no help in AAA, so we're gonna explore the market. And so we all read this in AAA and said, no help in AAA. Why the hell are we playing here if there's no help in AAA? So Bill Guy Vet was our minor league director, and I went up to him one day out of nowhere, and I said, Bill, like, I play 6 positions. I'm hitting 280 every year in AAA. I'm scoring 100 runs. My manager thinks I'd be a great double switch utility player guy in the big leagues. And you guys need to give me a chance. And I said, and if I fall flat on my face, you can all go out and have beers and say, like, I told you Santangelo couldn't play. 2 days later, I got called up to the big leagues. So they called me into the office and they do the whole trick thing. And I broke some chairs in the tunnel and they said, enough is enough. And we can't fine you anymore. We don't want to take your money, but you're going to have to sign autographs before the game. And I said, sign autographs before the game? I said, don't treat me like a kid. I'm 28 years old. I'm in AAA. He said, you're going to have to sign autographs before the game in Montreal tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And I heard the in Montreal. I'm like, wait. So they said, you're going to the big leagues. Get there early.
But that's how they told you that you're going to be in the big leagues.
Yeah, that I was in trouble for breaking chairs in the tunnel after a strikeout. That I had a propensity to break things when I was like I had a bad temper when I made outs, and then I heard the Montreal. I said Montreal, why? And they're like, you're going to the big leagues. And I started crying. 7 years in the minor leagues. I'm making $10,000 a year before taxes, with a wife and a kid. So I got called up, and that's the dream, right? So they said get there early. It's a 7:30 game. That's what time the Expos started. I got there at noon. The clubhouse door was closed. It was locked. Nobody was there at noon for a 7:30 game.
You did get there early.
So the door was locked. I press a little button on the door, and it's this guy with a deep French accent. And he said, I'll send somebody down. So he sends down the GM of the team, the president of the team, Bill Stoneman. If you know Bill Stoneman, great big league pitcher. He's running the Expos. He's the Farhan of the Expos. He comes down, opens the door, and he says, FP, don't you think you're a little early? Hey, congratulations. We're all happy for you. Don't you think? I go, man, I've been waiting my whole life for this. There's no such thing as early. So he lets me in the clubhouse. It's my first day as a big leaguer. I walk over, nobody there, not a clubhouse guy, not a coach. Coaches get there early, nobody. And there's my jersey standing in my locker, number 7 on it. That was my number. I'm like, how'd they know my number?
They already
so
got it right
it's just sitting, the white home Expos jersey, like pristine, hanging outside the locker, Santangelo 7 on it. I'm getting a little choked up. So I just go sit in my locker. Bill said good luck, and he left. And it was just me in the clubhouse by myself. All of a sudden, Felipe Alou walks in. I played for Felipe an A-ball for a year and a half. He walks right over. He said, he called me Frankie. He said, congratulations, Frankie. We're happy for you. And thanks, Skip. So the way the story goes, Sam, is he went right into his office and he put me in the lineup because I was there early.
Really? So you were not scheduled to start that day?
No, it was kind of like a just throw him a bone, give him a 3-day call up because he's been a loyal employee. He's never said a word. He plays his ass off.
We have so many chairs. Right?
And so, So he just, we have so many chairs. Nice. So he wrote me in the 8th spot in left field.
Heck yeah.
So I started, to your question, my first day in the big leagues because I got there early. So in anything in life, my kids hate me for this. I feel like if you show up early, it shows that you want to be there. You want to be successful. You're showing that you're invested in your profession or this game. So in soccer and baseball, I get my kids there an hour early. I'm like, Dad, nobody's here. I'm like, looks good. This looks good. Your coach gonna like this. So they put me in the lineup that night. I'm in tears for the national anthem because I worked my whole life to become a major leaguer. Sam, my first at bat, I get up there. My back leg is shaking so hard that I feel like everybody in the stadium and on TV can see it.
Yeah.
Grounded out. Ended up going 2 for 3 with a triple, my first big league hit.
Oh, nice.
And I stayed for 7 years. And I remember signing my first big league contract in a back room, and they said, it was Bill Stoneman again, this is what you're going to make when you go back to AAA, this is what you're going to make in the big leagues. And I looked him in the eye and said, I ain't going back to AAA. And I took advantage of the opportunity. Point is, like 7 years in the minors, I'm playing with house money. I got a couple hits my first day, and I just kept playing. Yeah. And it was just like, once you get to do it, once you get the reps, I don't know if I would have sat around for a month and not played, and then all of a sudden got into a game. I didn't have time to realize this is big leagues. They just threw me right in there. And the best thing, the best advice I can give you today is my junior college coach, Jerry Weinstein, legend in college baseball. He called me when I got called up, and he said, hey, all the hay is in the barn, and you're playing with house money. So when I had that house money mentality,
Yeah.
I just went out there and played, man. So like today, have fun.
Exactly.
You're playing with house money, dude.
Yeah.
Like you're going to be behind the glass probably tomorrow. You want to do this. Everybody behind the glass wants to get in front of the mic. But just have fun. You're playing with house money.
Oh yeah, no, and I do expect that's a really cool story. I guess my last question there is how many autographs did you sign before the game?
I didn't. It was just it was just a joke. It was a joke to tell me that I was going to the big leagues. They pranked me, and then I walked out, dude. When you play with guys for like 7 years in the minors and they're your bros, I walked out of the office. And I just looked at my buddy and he goes, "No way." I didn't say a word.
Really?
And then I got the beer.
They just know by look on your face?
They just know, and they're like, "No way. No way."
Man, that's so awesome.
And they've just got a beer shower. My parents were there. My grandmother, my late grandmother was there. My wife at the time and my kid was there. And then we all just went to Montreal. But I for the story is like I left out. Ottawa to Montreal is like a 2-hour drive, like from here to Sacramento.
Okay.
And so I got up at like 10 and left at like 10 o'clock in the morning. Got there at noon. So yeah, it was cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I guess that's kind of, I'm not going to say it's the exact same feeling, but yeah, there's like kind of like that rush that you're feeling right now. Like when you finally get that moment that you always wanted, you kind of talk about your legs shaking in that first at bat. I'm assuming that after a couple at bats, that leg stops shaking, right?
Yeah, I remember a pinch hit. I didn't start like my third game. I went 2 for 4 and 3 for 4 my first 2 games. My third game, I didn't start, and Greg Maddux was pitching for the Braves, and I pinch hit off him.
What a great way to start your career.
I pinch hit off Greg Maddux in like the 7th inning and hit a absolute rocket right at Dave Justice and right. And that's when I knew I could play there.
There you go. When you made contact against Greg Maddux.
This is the best pitcher in the game, and I just barreled his ass up. Like, I'm good. There you go.
I always feel like it's almost kind of better when it's like unexpected, when you just get thrust into it because you don't have time to think about it. That happened last month where, I found out that, Shasky, he was out at the time. Spadoni got sick last second, woke up again to a text. Hey, guess what? You're going to be co-hosting with Bonte today. And this is the morning after that Warriors-Celtics game. So at least we had that to talk about. And talking Warriors with Bonte is one of the easiest things to do. I mean, I do it on the phone with him every night. Well, I do. I don't know if he gets a word in or not. Apparently he doesn't. I don't actually listen to what he says on our show calls. I'll listen to him during the show. I do that enough already. But it's almost better, when you don't have time to think about it. It's like a Band-Aid. Just rip it off, get right into it. When you don't have time to think about it, you don't have time to agonize. Because I'm one of those people, I'll get kind of nervous. I'll kind of get all up in my head and stuff like that because I can be kind of a perfectionist and sometimes I don't even know what that perfection has to look like. It's always best just stay out of your own way.
Yeah, but that's what you've been on air before, but this is your first time driving. So for those of you who don't know, there's a guy that runs the show and there's a dummy like me that just kind of feeds off the guy that runs the show. So this is Sam's first time driving. And
what is going on here?
It's a big deal.
Exactly. Who's the fool? The fool or the one who follows the fool? Shout out Obi-Wan. I'm a big Obi-Wan. Are you a Star Wars? Oh, no, we got into this yesterday. You've never seen any of the Star Wars movies. Is that right?
I have not seen Star Wars.
I know.
Did I just cough in the mic? Someone in the YouTube said I coughed in the mic. Did I turn off my mic? Who's the new guy here? Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, that's something we got to definitely work on today. At some point, though, with UF2. We got to get you to see the Star Wars movies. That's like Bonte hates Star Wars enough. We can't have too many Star Wars. People who have not seen Star Wars.
I was hitting my tea in my garage and playing baseball when y'all were watching Star Wars.
That's true. That's probably why you were getting called up to the bigs and we're just here talking on radio.
I'm not a sci-fi guy, and I know it's the greatest trilogy or however. What is there? Star Wars 16 now?
There's 9 movies. Then you have the anthology movies. Then you have there might be a little too much Star Wars these days.
Yeah, I don't.
One thing there is also a lot of going along these days is got some 49ers rumors already bubbling up. We're going to start with some 49ers talk today here in this first hour.
Wait, is Larry Krueger starting 49ers rumors? Like he's just pulling them out of his ass? I saw we're trading everybody and releasing
Everyone's
everybody.
gone. No one's going to be back next year. 53 new guys next year.
I mean, I've known Larry a long time. If that guy's starting rumors, then they're not rumors. He's just throwing out ideas.
I'm putting rumors in a broad term here only because the name that's been popping up a lot, and we got a lot of our stuff to get into too. We got some Warriors stuff we're going to get into. Warriors second half is getting underway tomorrow when they host the Lakers here at Chase Center. And of course, we got to talk some Giants at some point, FP. We're two baseball lovers.
Of course.
We got to get into that at some point. The boss loves it when we talk Giants here at this station. So we'll definitely get into that to appease him. But focusing, on the Niners, and a lot of the early rumors are surrounding Brandon Ayuk. And in terms of just kind of what his future will be like with this team. Will he be around next year? Nothing, again, official, but the only rumor I've seen pop up so far is it has Brandon Ayuk in a trade with the Raiders, which I'm sure I don't know how Niner fans would feel about that. I'm not sure I would want to see Brandon Ayuk go to the Raiders. So I guess the question is, to kind of open up the show here, is how much of a priority should Brandon Ayuk be, or how much of a priority should the 49ers make in terms of keeping Brandon Ayuk on this roster? He's got 1 year left on his contract. I believe he's due to make about $14 million next year, though he is extension eligible. I don't know, FP, should it be a priority to make sure that Brandon Ayuk stays on this roster going into next year, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's one of the, 7 best wide receivers in the NFL. And there was a lot of talk about the sticky defense, the sticky man, that the Chiefs played against the Niners in the Super Bowl, and the route running was in question. I think Brandon Ayuk runs some of the best routes in football, and I think he works hard at it. So I don't know how all of a sudden, like Debo's kind of a tank. Like Debo's a football player that's going to be real physical with you. I don't know that he runs the greatest routes in the world, but when you talk, he came close to 1,400 yards receiving this year. I think he's on his way ascending to maybe a top 5, top 3 wide receiver in the NFL. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get into Sam Ever's salary cap and what this guy's going to make and how it affects the cap. I don't go deep into the weeds as a fan as far as that goes and the money part of it. But like, if you want to be great and if you want to continuously be great, dude, I just watched The Dynasty on Apple TV about the Patriots run and about Brady and about Belichick and about Kraft.
Oh, yeah. And
if you're driving around right now and you're listening to this or you're listening on YouTube or Twitch or whatever we do this on, watch this. Trust me, the first 2 episodes are out, and it talks about like Brady's ascension and being great. So if you want to be great and you want to win a Super Bowl, you got to sign everybody back. You got to find a way to be creative until you wait, when do you pay Brock Purdy? Next year? Like 25?
He's up for an extension after this next season. So you basically got 1 more year of Brock being a super cheap quarterback.
Yeah, I love Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
I think he probably has the most talent of anyone on the receiving corps. When you talk about Kittle, like right up there with Kelsey in top tight ends in football, and he finds a way to get open. He's physical and he can block and he pancakes guys. Debo's a utility player, do whatever you want him to do, and he's a game changer. McCaffrey, but Ayuk's the guy that runs the routes, like throwing the arms up, selling the post, run to the corner, like that, and just that he's talented.
Well, he is to your point. He is their best probably downfield threat right now. A lot of times this season, we'll pick this up on the other side too because we are going to get up against it here. So many drives start off with that big play to Brandon Ayuk, with that that 15 yard out route or throwing it to him on the dig route there. He sets up these big drives. Like so many times, the Niners offense is stalled. We need that big play. Boom, there's Brandon Ayuk. Now this offense is rolling here. And obviously there was a lot of frustration. We can kind of get into this on the other side as well. How much he was used in the Super Bowl, as in he really was not used that much, or as much as he probably should have been used. You could see the frustration, in his face, not really in his eyes because he was wearing sunglasses after the game. But he was definitely frustrated with his role there. That might be playing a role in terms of kind of where he's at with this team and his desire. I got a question on the other side in terms of just kind of a way to look at it. Obviously, I think we all agree Christian McCaffrey will be back with this offense next year. But when it comes to the other 3 big offensive weapons, Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk, I have a thought I want to throw at you, FP, to kind of really kind of see how much priority we feel Brandon Ayuk is with the Niners. So we'll get into that on the other side. We got some interesting guests, or potentially interesting guests on the show. I'll reveal that on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Sam Loveman, FP Santangelo, here in the Morning Roast on the other side.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults.
Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
No Bonte, no Shasky today. They will be back soon. Bonte's going to be back tomorrow. So you only got to listen to my voice in the A chair for one day. Whose voice is this, though? This is Sam Lubman. Usually I'm producing this show, but got called up to the big chair today. So that is who you are hearing right now. And got Matt Nahigian on the ones and twos right now, playing the music.
Serial killer music? What do we got here? Listen to this. What is this?
I'm too much of a casual when it comes to music.
It's like some guy creeping outside my window with a big knife in his hand music.
Kind of like he's already sneaking. There you go. It's kind of like he's already like sneaking through your house at this point.
Worst rejoinder music for a morning show ever. Like, let's all kill each other now.
Anyway, that he's got to let this. Let's just let the beat ride.
So bad, dude.
Yeah.
He's just back there pressing buttons.
Well, I mean, that's basically being a board operator.
What does this button do? He's gonna launch a Elon rocket back there.
There you go. No, I mean that's basically what we do. Is just hitting fun buttons back there. The board looks intimidating, but then once you kind of get into it, it's a lot of fun. You can have a lot of fun with it, and play all the fun, goofy drops and stuff like that. When Matt starts playing drops, then we'll know he really is. He's got a feel on the board there. FP Santangelo in here with me today on the Morning Roast on this fine. It's Wednesday, right? I have no idea what days of the week are anymore. All time is just a complete myth these days for me. It is Wednesday. I have it here on my laptop. It is a Wednesday morning, a Warriors Wednesday here on the Morning Roast. And before we hit the break on time, FP, I posed a question. I want to set up a question, kind of how we can look at this Brandon Aiyuk conversation, and in terms of what the Niners do, in terms of how much they run it back with this roster next year. And let's assume that Christian McCaffrey, he's a lock to be a part of this offense next year. I don't even think you need to assume. It's kind of a fact. He will be back next year. He will be the focal point of this offense next year. But the Niners, they do have some cap crunches that they're going to have to deal with. I've seen they're anywhere from $3 million to $12 million over the cap. I have absolutely no idea how the NFL salary cap works, so I'm just going to give that range there. And then wherever the number is, it's in that range. I don't know, but they're going to have to make some tough decisions. And already they might have to be faced with a tough decision in regards to Brandon Aiyuk. He's up for an extension this year. Already there's fears that he could be going into a holdout situation as we get closer to training camp. They have Deebo Samuel still on the roster too. He's making a lot of money. You also got George Kittle. He's making a lot of money. If you had to make a tough call, you can only keep two of those guys: Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. And I want our roasters out there to chime in on this too. If you only keep two of those three, who are the two that you have to keep? Who's the third guy that you're moving off of? 888-957-9570. I want to hear from all the callers out there. Take your pick of two of those three: George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk. You can only hold on to two of them. Who's the third man out? FP, I'm going to throw it to you. Who of those three, you only keep two? Who's the one that's on the outside looking in?
The salary cap thing frightens and confuses me too, but the Niners would save $10.3 million in 2024 by extending Aiyuk.
Correct.
So they could reach an agreement with Aiyuk on an extension, and then they could trade him, and they would save $14 million. I don't care about the money part. I always say, like, I'm not writing the checks. I don't give a crap how
someone
much
else's money. It's all funny money.
Yeah, it's all funny money. But if you're into that sort of thing, and you're like, well, this will affect how much Brock Purdy makes and who they can sign, and we are going to play this game because I kind of like playing this game. After I think 2025, all these guys are free agents. When you're talking about like Kittle and Juszczyk and Deebo and McCaffrey. So they're all free agents after
I believe Deebo still has a few more years left on his, because he just got an extension last year.
Kittle, Deebo, Christian McCaffrey, and Juszczyk will all be free agents after 2025. So, but they'll already be in their 30s. Point is, for your game, who is it again? Aiyuk,
Deebo, and Kittle.
I think I'd keep Aiyuk and Kittle.
I'm kind of with you there.
Even though I love Deebo, and even though Deebo's a football player, and if you're going into the intangible part of it, he's kind of your heart and soul. As I say it out loud, that choice doesn't sound really good, but like, I don't know. I just feel like I think Brandon Aiyuk has a chance to be a top 3 receiver in the NFL. I think George Kittle, because he blocks and the way he plays the game with a passion and his receiving ability too, his ability to get open. By the way, we're talking about Ayuk was a forgotten man. Kittle, I picked him on the pregame show on our air to be the MVP of the Super Bowl because I just thought like it just matched up. It was going to be Kelsey versus Kittle. They're going to find ways to get into seams, find ways to get into zone pockets, get him open, be creative with him, and he just was not there. So they took away Ayuk and Kittle, which, I mean, if you told me that before the game, I don't know if I'd tell you they'd win. And there's a million reasons why they lost the game, and those are probably up there with why they did. But yeah, I'm going to have to let Debo go, and I know that's probably not a popular take.
No, because again, it's Debo. He's so much fun to watch. He's a Swiss Army knife player in a sense, and how he's able to be so effective out of the backfield. He's an effective downfield threat. The way he's able to, when he gets out, when you give him some space, when he gets out into the open field, he becomes almost impossible to tackle. You saw it in that Philly game when he just ran roughshod over that entire Philly defense and broke that team and left those sorry losers for dead. But therein lies kind of the problem, though, with Deebo Samuel's game, and that he is a violent player. He plays with a lot of aggression. I believe it was in the NFC title game. I think it was. No, it was in the Super Bowl, where this play, again, he catches an out route. He's going downfield, and he lowers that left shoulder that he's been having issues with this year and runs right into the defender. And I texted a friend of mine, and I was just like, he's lowering his injured shoulder. Like, why is he doing that? It's because that's just how he plays. He doesn't fear the injury. He doesn't fear any of that stuff because he's a fearless, aggressive player, and it's why we love him. But it's also I feel like that what makes him walks kind of hand in hand with his doom, so to speak, in that he's gonna beat his body up. And as you get closer to 30, I just recently turned 30 myself. I've learned that once you hit that north side of 30, the body it acts a little bit differently. It doesn't recover quite like it used to. And so I'd be worried about kind of Deebo Samuel, that his durability, keeping that body together long term. So if you're looking about guys who you're sticking with long term, Brandon Ayuk, like having him around long term. George Kittle, not as much as Ayuk, but the other reason is also, I mean, again, there's Deebo's durability, but also Deebo's kind of redundant when you have a guy like Christian McCaffrey on your team as well, who can do essentially all of the things that Deebo Samuel can do.
Yeah, dude, I hear you. But you brought up a good point last night in our little text chain about, like, are you over this yet? Are you over the Super Bowl yet? What were we, 2 weeks? Coming on 2 weeks?
Yeah, week and a half.
Week and a half. Are you over it as a Niner fan? I thought that was a really good point that you made, like, to bring it up to the callers, too. Yeah. So I like the two little games we're playing right now. Like,
yeah.
Which one of the guys, and are you over the Super Bowl yet?
Yeah, that's the other question. 889-579-570. I mean, I don't want to play the what's the worst loss game because I think that was everybody's worst loss as a fan. But yeah, I'm curious how fans get over bad losses that they experience. I mean, in the Bay Area, we've had our fair share of heartbreaking losses that we've had to endure as fans. And so we should all have a process by now in how we get over it. I'm not over this loss right now. I don't even like you've done the last few shows with Joe Shasky, probably the biggest Niner fan I've ever met in my entire life. I know he's not over it. Bonta Hill, another huge Niner fan. He's not going to be over it for a long time. I'm not like a hardcore Niner fan. I actually grew up a Raider fan, believe it or not. But, I've come to really, I've been slowly making this transition for like the last 15 years from Raiders to Niners. And yeah, that was very, obviously very, 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 very painful. What's making it more painful is just the realization. It's not just that they lost, but how they lost and just how unprepared they really seemed. The coup de grace for me, and I've played the drop here, it's George Kittle saying, "Hey, George," to George Karlaftis, and not realizing that the ball was fumbled and having a chance to dive on it, but he didn't because he's too busy trying to joke around with Karlaftis. I've seen people, saying like, "Oh, Kittle, it's not his fault there. He wouldn't be able to get the fumble anyway, blah, blah, blah." That's not the point. The point there is that just was a moment that showed me these guys they're not locked into Super Bowl mode. And when I see stuff like that, when I see Juszczyk saying he didn't know the rules, the heartbreak they had when Dre Greenlaw went down, they just simply lost to a team that knew how to be on that stage, and they were a team that just didn't know how to be on that stage. And that's what hurts the most, I think, is that seeing them have that opportunity and seeing that opportunity kind of fritter away like that, that's what makes it sting the most, and that's going to be the hardest part to get over. It's one thing if you lose just because you're not good enough, But when you lose because you just weren't ready enough for that moment, that's a different level of pain right there.
Well, and the biggest game on the biggest stage, there was good and there was great. There was good and there was special. And Brock Purdy was good, but Patrick Mahomes is next level. Like, Patrick Mahomes is maybe going to go down as the best quarterback ever when it's all said and done. So when you give special or great another opportunity, and you give him time on the clock after you kick the field goal to go ahead. I mean, the Niners were good in a big game. They weren't great. And all the mistakes they made that you mentioned, it was just like, we said all week, and I'm sure you guys said on your air, that they have to play their A game to beat the Chiefs. The Chiefs had won 8 in a row. They're hot. The Niners are playing hot and cold. Bad first half, a good comeback. Like, they're making mistakes all through the playoffs. When you have a team that has the momentum, that goes on the road, that beats the Bills, that is won 8 in a row with a special quarterback. Not good, not great, but special. This guy's next level. I mean, I talked about him on the pregame show ad nauseum about, I watched that quarterback series on Netflix and just what he says and how he conducts himself with the confidence level. And during the game, what he says to his teammates, the swagger he has, he's a winner, bro. Like, he's a winner, like a winner. Like, Brock Purdy's good. He's not great.
He's not that Mahomes like.
No, but who is?
Yeah.
To that point. So, am I over it? Sam, this could be like an age gap thing. I'm so used to, as an athlete and as a fan, I'm kind of used to it. I'm desensitized to big losses. I've been a part of them as a player. I've been a part of them as a fan my whole life. So, like, when that happens, I go reality check. Like, sports is the fun business. Like, we love sports. We're passionate about it. We talk about it. We live it. But when my team loses, it is hard. But my son's your age. Like, he's 28. He took this so hard. Like, he stormed out of the place we were watching, wouldn't text me all day, the rest of the day. And he's never experienced the highs. I think he's only experienced the lows. The last time the Niners won a Super Bowl, I was his age.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know that. I think I'm over it. But, like, it's always going to hurt.
Everyone does it at their own
There's
pace.
little pings on on Twitter every day that show you, like, different reasons they lost, and that hurts.
Yeah. We'll pick this up on the other side. Again, the question we're getting into right now, you only keep 2 to 3. Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, 888-957-9570. Want to hear from you guys on that. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls when we come back. Sam Lubin, FP Santangelo on the Morning Roast.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It's not Tiger. It's not Bonte, nor is it Shasky, nor is it Spadoni. Sam Lubman here with FP Santangelo here on the Morning Roast on this fine Wednesday morning as the sun starts to rise on the city of San Francisco. It is a gorgeous looking day out right now. I'm looking at the window behind FP and seeing the fog kind of burn back. I've been driving in this morning, man. There was a lot of fog coming in. So I was driving over the Bay Bridge. I couldn't even see the city, FP. That's how thick the fog was. Part of me was thinking, like, man, is the city even there? I mean, obviously the city was there, but yeah, it was very, very misty on the way in. And I love those misty San Francisco mornings. I love it when it's foggy out. I love that dreary weather. This is my kind of weather. It just makes me feel nice and calm and cool and comfortable. Much like our sponsor for this segment, which is Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. This conversation we've been having here regarding the 49ers this morning is obviously the early kind of proto rumor that we're getting at the start of this 49ers offseason is that obviously Brandon Ayuk, he's going to be up for a contract extension this offseason. The question is, what's going to happen in that regard? Is he going to get extended? Is he going to hold out? Is he going to get traded? The question I had kind of in playing off of that is, we know that Christian McCaffrey is going to be a part of this offense next year. He is not going anywhere. But if the 49ers had to make a difficult decision on offense, and we're operating purely in the realm of hypothetical right now. None of this is actually happening in the near future. This is going to be a long-term story that we're going to be paying attention to all summer long in regards to the Niners and which playmakers come back and don't come back. But right now, let's just have some fun with it, kind of where our emotions are at right now with the end of the season being so fresh. And then obviously our emotions on the subject will probably change throughout the year. But if you had to make a tough choice, you only keep 2 of these 3. Christian McCaffrey is coming back. If you only keep 2 of these 3, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, or George Kittle, who are the 2 that you want to see no matter what back in the Niners next year? And if the tough decision has to be made, who are you comfortable with the Niners letting walk in this situation? So FP, we posed this question on before the break. You and I both landed on Deebo Samuel. I cited obviously some durability concerns and how he plays the game, along with the fact that, Christian McCaffrey can largely do a lot of the same things that Deebo Samuel can do. Dove into the YouTube chat during the break there, and the amount of disagreement there on that belief was very palpable. A lot of people love Deebo. They hate the any sort of mention of slandering of Deebo. Slander is a word that gets thrown around here a lot. This isn't a knock against Deebo. When I say I think Deebo's the odd man out, it's more just recognizing the harsh realities of the NFL in that certain guys, the best ability is availability. And Deebo Samuel's missed pockets of time the last couple seasons. And as you get older, your body does not always get stronger. And so if you have to make a tough decision, I think that the move is you move off the guy who you kind of already have his production taken care of in a sense with Christian McCaffrey, but also you're moving off a guy who, if he's an injury risk, you need guys who are going to be on the field, not guys who are not going to be on the field. Like that. That's what I'm getting at.
No. Yeah. And you're making really good points, really solid points, and you sound like a GM because any good GM, any good president of operations has to take the emotion out of it. Mm-hmm. Like if you get personally attached to people, that's when you start making bad decisions because like it's a popularity contest. But what I would say, like contradicting both of our picks, and if I'm on the other side on this, is that like this is a heart and soul guy. This is your swagger guy. This is your guy that's going to push and shove before the game your opponent. This is a guy that's coming out of the tunnel with the boombox. Like this is a guy with all the drip, and I think every team needs multiple players like that. Whether it's Trent Williams, whether it's Deebo, a guy that's your heart and soul guy. I guess you could say that about McCaffrey. You could say that about a lot of Niners, Bosa and Fred Warner, and hopefully Dre heals quickly from his Achilles thing. So that's a risk, but you have to take educated risks. And I think the one thing I would say, and if you do have to do this, that the 49ers seem to always make the right decisions. Like they get it. They get it on so many different levels of draft picks, of free agent signs. I think the Chase Young experiment is over for me. I don't think you sign that guy back, because if you have to tell a guy to play hard in the playoffs and his effort is being questioned on the biggest stage when you're the only game on TV, that's a huge red flag for me. So Debo's the guy. If you're like,
it's a tough
if you're
decision.
making me make that decision, Debo's the guy.
Like, I love watching Debo.
But Sam, I would say this, and I ideally want to run it back.
Mm-hmm.
You either get better or you get worse. So obviously you're going to tinker and make some decisions. But like, reiterating, if you're just getting in your car, this show Dynasty on Apple TV about the Patriots run, like, that's a true dynasty. When you see how they took a chance on Tom Brady, and Drew Bledsoe was the highest paid quarterback in football. He just signed a $100 million deal. And then he got hurt and his lung collapsed and there was blood in his lung and Brady came off the bench. And the way I remember that is the rest is history. But Brady struggled a little bit when he first came on. And there was this huge debate. And it's funny, they go to tape of like Chris Collinsworth saying like, Drew Bledsoe's the guy, and I don't know what they're thinking with Tom Brady. And they're calling people the carpet, and they're showing clips of Wilbon on the Kornheiser and Wilbon, whatever that is, show on ESPN. PTI. And Wilbon sitting there going, this is the biggest mistake. They're going with a guy that was drafted in the 6th round, pick number 199, over $100 million guy, and he's sitting on the bench. And then it had Robert Kraft saying like, I just put all this money into this guy. And Drew Bledsoe was like a son to Kraft. So the reason I'm bringing this up is Brady had his struggles. They stuck with him. Belichick saw this inner just like drive and desire of a winner and a competitor. And against popular opinion, against his owner who paid $100 million to the other quarterback, a guy that had kind of saved the franchise a little bit in Bledsoe, and now they're going with pick number 199, who had a bad game against the Rams, who, if you remember, in 2001, the Rams were the team with Kurt Warner, greatest show on turf. So he lost that game, and they stuck with him. Point is there's a lot of similarities and there's a lot of parallels when I was watching this to the Trey Lance thing and 3 first-round draft picks and spending all this money on a first-round pick on this guy, and Brock Purdy's way down here, and then Kyle Shanahan telling Jed York that I think this is our guy when he was a 3rd-string guy, and Jimmy G was there and Trey Lance was there, and to have the faith and the confidence for, I'm not saying Brock Purdy's Tom Brady in any regard.
No, not at all.
But to have the wherewithal and to see into Brady's persona and the competitor and what he brought to the table and how players gravitated toward him, how the team had confidence in him when there was money invested in somebody else, that somebody else kind of became a cancer in Bledsoe when you watched his comments and how he handled it and how he just didn't take to it. After that Rams game, Brady ran the table. Like he did, the tuck game. So these are things I all forgot about Brady. And while I was watching it last night, and I highly recommend if you guys have Apple TV, maybe get the free trial if you don't want to spend the money on it and watch this. Like there's 2 episodes out right now. One of the best documentaries I've seen in a long time. And it goes back, it shows Tom at Sarah High School. It shows Tom in Little League. It's got footage of him playing baseball as like an 8-year-old. And then it shows him as a quarterback at Sarah. Really, 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 really good documentary. And it relates to the Niners and what you saw with Brock Purdy this year or the past couple of years and how they had confidence. And Kyle saw something that we all didn't in his quarterback. Really good stuff. I think, Sam, the reason I'm saying this is if you want to have a dynasty for a long, long time, you have to make tough decisions, but like make the decisions that are going to win you a ring.
Yeah.
Like Belichick said, I'm making a decision that's best for the entire team. I'm not making a decision that's best for the quarterback room. I'm not making a decision that's best for me. He goes, this decision with Tom Brady is best for the entire franchise and best for the entire team.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, you got to make that decision. Yeah, when you're in that, it's what we all love to play GM on our couch. We love to play fantasy football GM, and we all like to think that, that's how it would be in real life. We were like that. These are incredibly difficult decisions here. I mean, you're talking about, you mentioned, the battle between Tom Brady versus Drew Bledsoe. I was thinking about while you're saying that when it was Stephen Curry or Monte Ellis.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, there was a time where, if there was a choice, who do you go with long-term, Monte or Steph? It's shocking to say this now, but there were arguments that people were making. If you had to pick one, you would want to go with Monte. That's just, again, this is back in like 2010, so it was a very, very long time, not that long ago. But I mean, that was some time ago before Steph was, even close to being Steph.
Dude, I was doing the pre and the post for the Warriors back then, and I would go out to the arena, And I was one of the first guys to interview Steph. Like, it was after a practice, and I had a little microphone. I had my recorder.
Bloop.
And he was so skinny, and he looked like he was 12 years old.
The jersey looked way too big on him.
And back then, his ankles were in question, and his health, and was he durable enough? And then we know how the story ends. But the only thing I would push back a little bit on this, Sam, is he was a first-round pick.
True.
Like, he was your guy. He was your pick.
Yeah.
He came out of Davidson. He had the tournament.
I remember, Don Nelson said after his first preseason game, I still have the newspaper story from his first preseason game. And I remember always the quote that Don Nelson had was, this guy, he could find a house here in the Bay Area. He's not going anywhere. That was Don Nelson's last great gift that he left for the Warriors. Really quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. All that is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. Big shout out to the Comcast Business text line. And hey, Matt Nahigian, I just want you to know, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. The question we're getting into is if you had to make the tough decision to get rid of one of these three, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, or Brandon Ayuk, who would you let go? 888-957-9570. Love to hear from the callers on this as well. Both of us kind of picked Deebo. I do think, though, it depends on I think if you're going to move off Deebo, obviously what you move off of him for plays a big role in there. Obviously, you're trying to get a top draft pick. I don't know, maybe you try to move up and get another wide receiver to pair with Brandon Ayuk. I don't know if wide receiver is even the number one priority in that situation with the Niners. I'm not even sure what the number one need is for the 49ers right now. They need a linebacker to replace Dre Greenlaw. They need some help on that offensive line. Right tackle's definitely a concern. I think they need another pass rusher on the other side of Nick Bosa because, again, Chase Young, he's probably not coming back. Randy Gregory, I don't remember him doing anything of note. Cleveland Farrell, he'll be back next year, but again, you don't know what he'll be like in terms of health-wise there coming off of his injury. So it's a tough situation there for the Niners to handle. All of this, though, is stemming from the future of Brandon Ayuk in terms of how long he'll be on the team. Will the Niners extend him this offseason? Peter King joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he gave his thought on how the Niners could possibly handle the Brandon Ayuk conversation. This is what he had to say about that.
We would like to try to run this back this year, one time, and then make our major decisions about our roster at the end of next year. And I think you have to ask Brandon Ayuk very simply, how do you feel about that? If he's negative about it, if he doesn't want to do it, and clearly, because the quarterback is only going to make $985,000 next year, you probably could figure a way to bury some money in Brandon Ayuk and figure out where this leaves you for the future. But to me, there's a lot of questions about not only, the offensive, not only the skill players, but all over this roster. And so I think it's difficult. And look, if you're Brandon Ayuk, I don't blame you for wanting to get a deal now. And the reason, or at the absolute latest, next off season, I don't blame you. And here's the reason why. Because if you look at most great receivers, they get one payday. That's it.
So obviously, again, the lot there. Can you make the pitch to Brandon Ayuk that, with this group, we can run it back, see if that kind of helps those negotiations a bit? But on the flip side, I agree with what Peter King said at the end there. In this league, you got to chase your bag. You got to get that money when you can. And I'm curious, FP, you've been in this position as a professional athlete. When it comes to that balance of chasing that bag, getting what you're worth, getting paid what you deserve, versus the allure of that of winning. How does that balance come in? Like when players are in a situation where they kind of have to choose between one or the other, going after that championship or chasing that bag, what are those conversations like? What are those feelings like for athletes in that situation?
Well, the bag that I chased was real small. It was like a change purse, if we're going to relate it to my experiences. But It's different for everybody. You could go around a locker room of 53 guys or 26 guys in baseball and ask everyone that question, and everyone might have a different answer. So it's based on your priorities and what motivates you. So a lot of guys, it's winning. It's a parade. It's a ring. And that's all I ever played for. Never got one, but that was my motivation. Winning a baseball game every night, being a good teammate, and winning a championship. And I think, and what the trick is as a coach or a manager at the highest level, is to get your players to believe in that if we win, that takes care of itself. If we win, you'll get paid. If we win a championship and there's a parade on Market Street, everything takes care of itself. Whether we pay you, whether somebody else pays you, the money is going to be there if you're successful and you win. Because at the highest level, that's all that matters is the big W. So if you're Brandon Ayuk, I can't speak for him. I don't know what motivates him. It might be cars and money and houses and fame and celebrity. Or it could be, yeah, man, I'm in this to win a ring. So, but if you go to Kittle and you go to McCaffrey and you go to Purdy and you go to Fred Warner, they might have different answers. And as a teammate of those guys, I don't care what motivates you. Whatever motivates you, motivates you. If it is the money and the houses and the cars, great. As long as you're in it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
As long as you're in it. And I want Brandon Ayuk to be pissed that he didn't get enough targets.
Yeah.
I want George Kittle to be upset. I want a pitcher that I'm going out to take out of a game be pissed that he's coming out of the game. I want, if my player gets pinch hit, for him to throw a helmet in the dugout. I want guys to be hungry to compete and to contribute. So whatever Ayuk said or whatever he tweeted or whatever all of his family tweeted about don't forget what got you there, it's true. He's right.
Yeah.
And if I'm Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch, I don't care. Remember, we did a whole show on Kuminga's quotes about he wants to play more and he comes out of games and he doesn't know why. We did a whole show on that. And I said at the time, maybe keep those things internal. Maybe walk into Steve Kerr's office and look him in the eye and say, like, WTF. But like to air it out in public, that was the only thing I'd criticize him for. But if I'm Steve Kerr, I want my guy to want to play more. I want my guy to have confidence. I want my guys to believe in themselves. That's exactly what you're looking for as a coach at the highest level. So whatever Ayuk said, I have zero problem with it. And if it's me and, taking the math and the equations of salaries and salary caps, which drives me nuts, out of the equation, I want to run it back. I want everybody back. I want to do this one more time. I want to go all in with tinkers here and there, because are you better than the Kansas City Chiefs? Like, you're obviously the best team in the NFC, but the Eagles are going to get better. The Lions are young and hungry, and there's other teams that could be a factor in this. But I think if you're the Niners, there's a huge obstacle in your way that is the dynasty in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And you have to decide what you need to do to compete with that first and foremost. And if you mold your roster in a way that's conducive to beating that team, it beats a lot of other teams too. So that's the dilemma if I'm sitting in the room, like, what do we need to do to be better than them?
Yeah. And I do think that is, I'm kind of curious, like, and maybe there's another question you throw out there, 888-957-9570. Just how wide is that gap between the Niners and the Chiefs? Because again, we're talking about, Peter King mentioned, can you convince Brandon Ayuk that by running it back, and jumping on board in that sense, if that's being the right move? I do kind of agree with it. My perfect world, I would like everybody to be back as well. This roster is too good, I think, to just give up after, one or two attempts of trying to win the Super Bowl with it. On this station, there's a big conversation, is the 49ers season, is it Super Bowl or bust, or is it Super Bowl or try again? A lot of people especially on this show, Bonte and Shasky, they are very much in the Super Bowl or bust category. Then, of course, our friend Mark Willard, who does, 2 to 6, he was very much in the Super Bowl or try again category. And I would kind of agree with Mark in that sense, because this Niners roster is too good, I think, to just assume that one run or two runs, if you want to include last year's run in the NFC title game, is enough to decide that this isn't enough, that this isn't good enough. Because when you look at the two losses they've had in the last 2 years, the loss to the Eagles, you could say very much that game was lost when Brock Purdy went down. Like, when it went, like, that's what irritated me the most about that game. It wasn't the fact that the Niners lost. It was the fact that Brock Purdy's injury, I think, robbed us of what could have been an incredibly exciting football game. And I think the Niners could have beaten the Eagles in Philadelphia if Brock had stayed healthy. And then they advance in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, and who knows what happens there. Probably similar to what happened last week. But again, you hate to play the injury excuse, but how different is that game if Dre Greenlaw doesn't get hurt? FP, the entire second half, I was watching Travis Kelce get open over the middle right behind Oren Burks, who had absolutely no idea where he was supposed to go, where he was supposed to line up. And we can kind of pick this up on the other side, too. Is it just better? Yeah. Is this Niners team good enough to just run it back no matter what? Just keep it together as is, make some tinkerings on the edges, and let's run it back with this group. I want to hear from the callers on the other side. We will get to that and a lot more. Also, we got a lot of Warrior stuff to get into. Brandon Pajemski really putting some big expectations on himself, unprompted. We'll get into that as well. You're going to want to hear what he had to say. Also, Steph Curry sat down with Malika Andrews. How badly does he want to finish his career with Clay and Dre? How badly do we want to see him finish his career with Clay and Dre? We'll get into that. And, of course, baseball talk is coming. I promised that it would come. It will be coming. All that and more is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Sam Lubman. It's FP Santangelo. It's Matt Nahigian on the board right here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Brandon Bajemski, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Pods? I got some bad news for you, though, Pods. It's not Bonte and Shasky on The Morning Roast this morning. It's Sam Lubman and FP Santangelo, the backups here on The Morning Roast this morning on this fine Wednesday morning. Bonte and Shasky are out today. Bonte will be back tomorrow, though, so don't worry. You only got one day of dealing with me in the A chair here.
Dude, I just wanted to give a shout out to Joe. And we don't, it's just, we're thinking about it.
We are.
That's all I want to say.
We'll keep thinking about it. We'll keep it at that there. So before the break, FP, I threw out the question there, is it better just for the Niners to run this back? And then our program director / board op came into the studio, and he kind of expanded on that in terms of just, let's take a step back and kind of look at all three of the Bay Area teams right now. Niners, Warriors, Giants, in terms of just which team feels like they're the closest to getting back to that championship level. Now, obviously, the Niners are feeling pretty close right now. They just got to the Super Bowl. Warriors, they might have captured a little bit of magic here in these last few weeks. Joe Lacob, he was on the TK Show podcast last week. He said as much. And then the Giants, FP, I said before the show that I think there is a potential window or a potential pathway for the Giants to be a sneaky contender this year. So I'm kind of curious. I want to take that step back there and just look at all these teams. Which team is feeling like they're the closest to coming through on championship expectations? And we'll start with the Niners here first, because you and I are kind of both in the same window, in the same belief in that. Let's see the Warriors, well, not the Warriors, the Niners run it back with this group, because again they got to the Super Bowl, and really, when they fell short, we were talking about how you run into the buzzsaw that is Patrick Mahomes. And I kind of have when I look at the Niners, and the reason for running it back with this whole group is people say that Kyle Shanahan has a big game problem. He can't win that big game. I know I've been very harsh on Kyle Shanahan and his ability to get the Niners to that final level and win a Super Bowl. Is it fair to say the Niners, they don't have a big game problem? They don't have a getting ready for the Super Bowl problem? They have a Patrick Mahomes problem, which I think is a pretty fair problem to have, because he's, really, really good. Kind of the same way that Peyton Manning had a Tom Brady problem for the longest time, or the entire AFC had a Tom Brady problem for the longest time. I kind of worry, is the number one reason to run things back for the Niners simply the fact that all you got to do is hope that it's not Patrick Mahomes on that other sideline when you get to the Super Bowl?
No, you have to build your team to beat him. And to beat,
so no matter what, just like be ready to face him just in case.
Your lineup and the way you construct it, your roster, I should say more correctly, in the way you construct it, is you have to be obsessed with beating him and the Chiefs, because that'll take care of everybody else.
Yeah,
because they're the dynasty right now. They're the one that you have to go up against.
They're the toughest guy in the yard right
now.
And
I believe in controlling what you can control. You got to take one game at a time, and all the cliches. And it's hard to win 1 week in the NFL versus win a Super Bowl. But you have to see that as a big time roadblock for you to get to where you want to go. I don't think the Niners have a big game problem. I think it takes huge balls to be able to get to the top game, to the Super Bowl, to the World Series, to the NBA Finals, and keep putting yourself out there and exposing yourself on the biggest stage. It's so hard to climb the top of the mountain, to get to the top of the mountain, and you don't plant the flag, and then go all the way back to the base camp, to the bottom, and then do it again. All the work, all the emotional energy that you spent, all the physical energy that you spent to get to the Super Bowl, dude, or get to the World Series, and you keep getting there year after year, and you don't get it done. And to me, like, screw second place, right?
Yeah.
Like, screw being second. But to me, to put yourself out there on the biggest stage and to be that vulnerable, and then to want to do it again, man, from a sports psychology standpoint, from a mental toughness standpoint, that's harder than winning.
Yeah.
I mean,
just
like,
getting up again afterwards.
Getting up and going back there. And so now you gotta figure out a way to do it again. And that's a daunting task. Like, I've had players on teams that play 162, they get to the playoffs, and then they lose, and they're like, dude, we got to go all the way back to spring training. We got to do this all over again. We got to play 162 games. And if you're Kyle Juszczyk, if you're George Kittle, if you're Brock Purdy, you just played a 17-game regular season. Then you played the playoffs. Then you got to the biggest stage. And now I got to go back to training camp and start all over again. Like, where do you dig down to find that. And I guess the motivation is like, yeah, we want a parade, we want a ring. But then if you start to get there again, and that's where that's where the sports psychology comes in. Are you the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah.
Are you Marv Levy? Like where does this thing could go either way. And that's scary, dude. That's, as an athlete, that's scary. So you got to look the beast right in the eye and say, screw it. Let's do it again. Let's put ourselves out there. Let's try this again. What do we need to do?
Yeah, no, I like that. I guess for me, when you say it out loud, I mean, obviously my first question is just like, how do you even like have that conversation with yourself if you're an athlete there? Because I remember last year when the Niners lost in the NFC title game, you know, it felt like, you know, they had this unfinished business aura about them throughout the entire year. I remember we went down to training camp way back in August, and, you know, we're standing at that field outside, you know, the practice field right next to Levi Stadium. And day one of training camp, no one's wearing any pads, anything like that. But you could just see in every button, all these guys' eyes, like the way they just comported themselves, the way they walked around. They all were on that field that day with the same goal. And that today's day one, the last day of the year will end in Las Vegas. And they did come through on that for the most part, all the way up until, you know, the last few seconds of the game. And the amount of just mental energy you have to expend to be that locked in for that long, I imagine it's got to be tough. You need to take some time away, obviously. I'm sure a lot of these guys are going to be taking lots of time away. But now you have to climb up that mountain again, like as you were saying, FP. And this is coming after a Super Bowl loss. And for whatever reason, those Super Bowl loss hangovers, they hit really, really hard. And I'm worried about an emotional letdown for the Niners next year. We saw it back in 2020 where they had, you know, they were ready to go on a revenge tour. We're going to show everyone how wrong that Super Bowl was. And that season just kind of blew up in their face. And I would hate for that to happen again. I want to go to the lines really quick, but before we do that, I want to remind everyone to download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Also, you can go back and listen to all the amazing interviews we have. For instance, Peter King was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, but oh no, you missed it. Well, that's what the Odyssey app is there for. Go back, listen to Peter King, hear everything he had to say about how the 49ers will handle this song and dance with Brandon Ayuk. I do want to go to the phones here because we got Richie in Fremont. Wants to offer his thoughts on what the Niners should do. Richie, how are you doing this morning, brother?
What's up, brother? Boss man made a mistake. It's Richie Rich Livermore again. Hey, I got a really good take on this, guys. I don't think you choose between Ayuk and Debo. I think you get the big boy names in the front office, right? I know it's easier said than done, but you get the Kittle, you get the Trent Williams, you get the CMC, you get the Warners who make the big money and say, hey, guys, you know, as you get older, your chances definitely reduce, right? Let's get a few bucks. Let's restructure some deals. You know, these guys got incentives of, you know, X amount of tackles, catches, $1 million. Get some money out of them. You run this back, you kick some ass, you make Ayuk happy, and you try to run it back. Because let's be real, just your chances of running back is slim to none, right? You get that same team together, you pump them up, you give it a shot. I've seen the Bradys do it. I've seen Brady take a reduction, bring back Gronk, do whatever. If you guys really want to do it, you do what you can. I know it's easier said than done, but you run it back, man, and you got some unfinished business. You know, last year we lost, you know, our quarterback. This year we lost. We lost with the whole team, right? I feel like the hangover is heavy, but you got a shot at running it back and kicking some butt. They're already favored the most. So what do you guys think? Thanks for taking my call. Definitely.
Thanks for calling in there, Richie Rich and Livermore. Be honest, FP, I'm kind of in agreement. I think it's easy to say just to run it back, but I'm in agreement there. I want him to run it back with this squad. This team is too good, and the absence of Dre Greenlaw worries me as well. I think that's probably filling his role. I think should be the Niners' priority. I think that and keeping the entire offense together, because again, I honestly feel like the big difference in that game was when Dre Greenlaw went down. Travis Kelce, he was not doing much in that Super Bowl when Dre Greenlaw was on the field. Suddenly in the second half, it was just every play Kelce was open over the middle of the field, and when you give Mahomes his safety valve there, it's hard to stop him. And
well, the lesson there, Sam, is for all you kids listening on the way to school today, is if you're not getting enough touches to bump into your coach and run into him and swear at him.
That's true.
And then you'll
break
get
some chairs.
And then you'll get some, you know, some looks in the second half.
Yeah,
because if you're not playing enough in Little League, just go, you know, if Matt's your coach, just go bump into him and yell at him.
There you go.
And then you'll play more.
There you go. Because
it's a good lesson for you guys.
With how lost Oren Burks looked in that second half on defense, it was painful to watch. You go back and rewatch it. They were picking on him every chance they got. The touchdown the Chiefs scored after the muff punt, the ball goes sailing right over Burks' head. You got to feel that if Greenlaw's in that game, if he knows where to stand, he's positioning himself a little bit further. Is that play looking a little bit different? It's certainly possible. I hate the fact that for the second year in a row, a Niners loss on the big stage is marred by an injury that had a significant impact on how the game. Now, losing a quarterback like Brock Purdy, like they did in the NFC title game, that's obviously much different than losing a guy like Dre Greenlaw. But there's also just the emotional aspect of there too. FP, have you ever been on a team where a guy, in throughout any point in the season, suffers a difficult injury like that? What kind of an emotional ripple effect does that send throughout the rest of that clubhouse?
Well, you watch the videos of Nick Bosa coming over to Fred Warner on the sidelines, and Fred's just like, when Fred was running out, he turned around, he goes, no, when he saw Dre Greenlaw go down, he throws his helmet on the ground, then he's sitting, staring down the bench. Like, the emotional part of that, to me, is harder to deal with than the fact that Dre Greenlaw wasn't in the game from a covering Travis Kelce standpoint. Like, you have a next man up mentality in football, and if you're good enough to play in the NFL, then yeah, you're probably losing a little bit there, but it shouldn't be. It's about on the biggest stage in the biggest game, you have to deal with like your buddy going down. And now all of a sudden your focus kind of shifts. You have to compartmentalize that, put it in a Tupperware, not be emotional about it, and go out and perform and win a game. That's hard. Jermaine Dye in the 2001 playoffs with the A's fouled the ball off his shin.
Oh, I remember
and he broke his leg in the playoffs.
I remember watching.
And we all just looked at each other and we were like, okay, we're done. Like, really? And it's more than just you feel bad for your bro, because stuff like that happens in sports and you get so desensitized to it, which is really, it's horrible. You're like, oh, okay, he got traded. That sucks. We move on. Oh, he blew out his knee. He's going to be out the rest of the season. Hug him, cry for a little bit, move on. But like when it's on the biggest stage and you're getting close to accomplishing a season worth of work and passion, it's more of a sign from the gods more than anything. Oh, it's like the bounces aren't going our way.
The baseball gods have decided it's not your time.
The football gods are deciding it's not your time. If you're running off the sidelines and you blow your Achilles, and I don't know if anybody on our air or anybody anywhere, if you're not inside the room, you really don't know. And a lot of times you don't hear the true story. But there was a lot of talk about this spongy practice field. And if you know anything about tearing an Achilles, it's a bunch of micro tears before it goes. And I wonder if them practicing on that spongy field all week in Vegas was, when you talk about,
I didn't even think of that. And that's a whole new level
Achilles
to
and
worry about.
how maybe there's strain on the calf and the Achilles because you're playing on a spongy field that they were complaining about. And then they kind of, from a publicity standpoint, go, this isn't a good look. Let's not talk about it anymore. But I wonder if that's a factor, because you just don't run off the sideline, slip. And when you know about the Achilles, it just doesn't tear. Yeah. It's a bunch of micro tears, micro fractures. It
builds up almost.
It builds up, and then it just can't take it anymore because it's frayed. And then it went. So I wonder if practicing on that had something to do with it. But back to your initial point, like, you got to flush that on the biggest stage in front of everybody and go out and win a championship. Where, like, when Jermaine broke his leg on a foul ball off his shin, for those of you who didn't see it, like he like crushed it. Like he barreled up the baseball off his shin. We hung up his jersey in the dugout in New York for Game 5, and we're trying to win a series. When one of our emotional leaders, one of our good friends got hurt, that's not easy, man.
Yeah. This is Sam Lubman here with FP Santangelo here on the Morning Roast. No Bonte and Shasky today. Bonte will be back tomorrow. Shasky's going to be out for a little bit as well, dealing with some personal stuff. He is okay, though. He'll be back in a little bit. The big question we're kind of getting into right here in the 7 o'clock hour is, it's simple. Should the Niners just run it back with the group they have right now? We've been talking a little bit about Brandon Ayuk, kind of his future, and Peter King joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday and basically said that, I won't replay the clip here, but I'll paraphrase what Peter King said, which was, if you're trying to get a deal with Brandon Ayuk, I think part of it is you entice him by saying we're going to run it back with this group. And is that the right choice? Should the Niners just run it back with this group? We want to hear from you guys, the listeners. I want to start with, we got some great callers on the line. One of my favorite callers to call in, because FP, all these callers we have on the line, like usually I'm talking to them. I screen all the callers, everybody who's ever been on the Morning Roast. I've talked to all of them first. Most of the callers, they're fun to talk with. Some of them less so. There's a lot of callers, though, that when I see them calling in, I get very excited. Here's one of them. It's Horace in Texas. Horace, how are you feeling about this Niners team? Are we running it back? What are we worrying about? What's going on, Horace?
Hey, first of all, guys, I want to tell you you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Horace.
I don't look at you as substitutes, man. You're the real deal, too.
Awesome. I appreciate that, Horace.
Yeah. But here you go. From a roster standpoint, I mean, you got to run it back, man. You have to run it back for a couple of reasons. Of course, you may have to make an adjustment here, adjustment there. Somebody gets injured, you got to replace them. I get that part. But overall, you got to run it back, because when I saw that Super Bowl, you know what I really saw? Yeah, there's plenty of blame to go around, plenty of finger pointing and everything you can do. You can point it to this person, point it to that person, Shanahan, whoever. But here's the deal. What I saw in that game, I saw two very, very, very good teams, trying to give it away to the other team.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it, this is a 49ers station, and, we're talking about what the 49ers did, what they didn't do. But when you look on the other side, Kansas City didn't play that great of a game either.
No, honestly, I thought for the first 55 minutes of that game, they played like they did not play great for the first 55 minutes of that game.
Both you guys, there's this thing called nerves in big games. And when you're playing on the biggest stage, I don't care how many times you've been there, you're going to be nervous. And when you haven't played in 2 weeks and you've talked about it for 2 weeks, now all of a sudden you're playing a game to determine your future. Those guys, they played tight. Both teams played tight, especially the Chiefs in the first half. So we could say this team didn't play good, this team didn't play good. There was just a little bit at stake in that game. So, like, no matter if you're Mahomes, no matter who you are, no matter how many times you get there, there's pterodactyls in your stomach, not butterflies.
That's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
And that's all the reason to run it back, because you had them. You just didn't take advantage of the opportunities they were giving you. But you had it. You got to run it back. And here's another thing too. One thing I disagree with you guys when you said that you got to be obsessed with Mahomes, with beating Mahomes. I think that's the wrong way to go, because when you get obsessed with somebody like that, they're in your head. And if you get so obsessed with beating them, you may not make it to them. Remember when the Houston Rockets a few years ago, they were all year, we're built to beat the Warriors. We're built to beat the Warriors. We're built to beat the Warriors. And what happened? They almost didn't make it to the Warriors. But then when they got their wish, guess what? They couldn't beat them because the Warriors were so in their head.
I agree with you, Horace. Good point. Thank you very much for your call there. I do like what Horace is saying there, and I'm a kind of agree with him in that sense, and that, yeah, I think if you're the Niners, like I said, do the Niners have a big game problem? Or they have a Patrick Mahomes problem? I really do think they just have a Patrick Mahomes problem, because we have no way of knowing how they would go against the AFC's best in the biggest stage, because they haven't had that chance. We have this conversation, about Brock Purdy, whether he's good enough to lead the 49ers, whether he is that guy. Is he Joe Montana? Is he Steve Young? Is he this guy? Is he that guy? I've always been very high on Brock Purdy. I just remember that the throw he made to it was Chris McCaffrey in that Bucs game last year. It was his first start. He just uncorks this just absolute 40-yard pearl, and I was like, oh, they got this guy. They got a guy here. They got something here. That was when the crowd's going Purdy, Purdy, Purdy. And like, I'm in the press box hearing this, I got goosebumps. Like, there's no way I'm watching this kind of story unfold in front of me when the greatest quarterback of all time is standing on the opposite sideline in Tom Brady. Like, seeing all this play out, like, I became a believer in Brock Purdy. But I'm also going to be honest about Brock Purdy in that I don't think he's ever going to be a top 5 quarterback. Like, right now, I would say the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL right now is obviously Mahomes, large gap. And then you got, in no particular order, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. I'm even going to throw C.J. Stroud up in there right now just because of how good he was his rookie year. There's probably some prove-it aspects that he has going into his sophomore season. We'll see how that plays out this year. But I don't see Brock as ever being a guy who's going to be considered a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. But I do think he is going to be one of the better quarterbacks in the NFC for the next few years, because when you look around at the competition of quarterbacks in the NFC, Jordan Love, he looks like he's going to be a guy who's going to have the Packers in it for a while. Jared Goff, as good as he is, I like to root for Jared Goff because I played against him in high school, so I feel good about myself when he has success. He crushed us when he played us, so it stings a little bit less when I see him beat other teams. Baker Mayfield, good. I don't know if I would put him at elite tier in the NFC status quite yet. Jalen Hurts, he's obviously good in Philadelphia. Philly's got a lot of questions though. Dak finished higher than Brock in the MVP vote. I disagree with that. I don't see Dak as being a championship threat quarterback at all. If I'm the Niners, I'm focusing on your own team because you have a quarterback who I believe year in and year out, at least next year for sure, and for as long as he is running things in San Francisco, he could have you in a position to play for a Super Bowl every year. And the whole thing is like, he's never going to be good as Mahomes. He's never going to be good as Josh Allen. That's fine, but here's the thing. He may not be better than the top 5 quarterbacks in the AFC. He doesn't have to be better than all 5 of those quarterbacks. He only needs to be better than one of those quarterbacks for one day of the year. Outside of that, just be the best quarterback you could be in the NFC. That's why I would be very bullish on with the Niners running it back, is because when you have a quarterback, you have a chance. And for the first time in a long time, 49ers, they have their quarterback. Jeff Garcia, he had a good run. Colin Kaepernick was kind of he was around a little bit too long to be a flash in the pan, but he didn't stick around long term. Jimmy Garoppolo, there was obviously a very hard ceiling there that the Niners couldn't get over with him. But with Brock Purdy, I feel confident with this unit running it back with him simply because of him. He has shown an adept ability to run this team, get them where they need to be. And he's only going to get better next year because last year he was too busy worrying about his elbow. All off season FP, he's going to be buried in that playbook, getting much more experience at running this offense. And I love where that puts the Niners going into next year.
I mean, when you talk about stats this year, he was number 1 in so many categories. So if you're talking about top 5 quarterback, I think he's already a top 5 quarterback. If you're talking about like talent wise and punt, passing, kick, and arm strength, and evaluating spin rate and all that stuff, probably not going to wow you. Brock Purdy's the kind of player, the kind of football player, for lack of a better term, because I think he is a football player, meaning that he's a gamer, is not going to wow you if you watch him play one game. Brock Purdy's not a guy that's going to wow you necessarily if you just watch some highlights. But if you watch him over the course of a 17-game season and how he creates, how he extends plays, how he keeps his eyes downfield, how accurate he is on the run outside the pocket, now all of a sudden adding the scrambling in his legs to it, which I think has always been there. He's sneaky fast. I think he has a chance to be a top 5 quarterback. So when you talk about his passer rating this year, and all the stats and yards per attempt, he was number 1 in so many categories, and I can't remember them off the top of my head. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can. So I believe in Brock Purdy. I think he's only going to get better. I think his arm's going to get stronger because you're dealing with a major surgery where I think his arm fluctuated this year. I think there was good days and bad days with his elbow. And some days he could really let it rip and spin it. Some days it came out weird, whether it was the weather, whether it was... So I'm a big believer in Brock Purdy, and I think he's only going to get better with time, with confidence, with experience. I don't know that he has the intangibles off the chart like a Patrick Mahomes, but who does? But Patrick Mahomes is a perfect marriage.
I think it's unfair to compare anybody to Patrick Mahomes right now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, from a winning standpoint, from a winner and what it takes to win, like that guy's next level. Not just in talent and what he can do, but just the belief in himself that he can beat you in any way with whoever he's got on his team.
Yeah. No, I know we've had that's interesting you say about the intangibles there, because I'm kind of on the opposite sense. I think his intangibles are some of his greatest strengths, just in terms of how he comports himself on the field, his ability to process in real time. We have Brian Baldinger on this show every week during the NFL season, and he would rave week in and week out about those intangibles that Brock has, his ability, those processing abilities he has, the ability to effectively run this offense. And what gets me excited is as he gets smarter and smarter as a player, those intangibles I think are going to show more and more. And then when he kind of gets a feeling of how to better use his body on the field too, as he gets stronger as a quarterback as well. Like, this is a conversation I had with Shasky. Why can't Brock get better? Like, do we really think this is a Brock ceiling? I don't think so. He's 24 years old. Like, FP, is it uncommon for guys who are 24 to still get better as they age deeper into their 20s? I mean, I see why. I don't see why not. I am curious, though, as to what our listeners are feeling right now. I want to go to the coach in Los Altos. He wants to run it back. with a change or two. Coach, how you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you? It's always nice to talk to you guys. I hope Shasky's okay, and FP, you're always been one of my favorites. So great to talk to you guys. Yeah, I was at the game with my two of my sons, and it was devastating. I mean, we were 9 rows from the field, and it was right down by the end zone, right where they scored the winning touchdown. And I'm not going to rehash the missed holding calls that were incredible. The officiating is what it is. That's not the reason we lost. We lost because of a couple of reasons. One is obviously Patrick Mahomes, and I think that running it back with this crew is sort of the definition of insanity. I think you're going to get the same result unless you make some changes. And so there's a few changes. By the way, Sam, I completely agree with your comment about Greenlaw. Greenlaw was shutting Kelce down before he went down. I mean, shutting him down. So I think we need to do a few things. And here's what I would do, probably in order. Number one is I'd go get Al-Shahid. I pronounce his name wrong, but I would bring back our linebacker. I think he's on the Titans. I would bring him back to, and he wants to come back into that middle layer of the defense. I would also go after Patrick Surtain from the Broncos, and I would even, and this is probably heresy to some people, I'd probably even consider trading Brandon Ayuk, and Surtain and maybe a second-round pick or something. But we need another shutdown corner, and I think if we had Ward and Surtain on the corners and Demo in the slot, I think we'd have a real shutdown defense. Because I'll tell you, at the game, at the Super Bowl, our receivers weren't getting the separation they normally get because the Chiefs' DBs were so good. So I think that's the second thing I would do on D. And then on offense, I don't know why we've been so reluctant to draft or trade for free agent linemen, offensive linemen. Trent Williams makes all the difference. But the other side, I mean, I still think we could have won that game if Burford would have just blocked Chris Jones, given Brock 1 extra second, because they had both Juwan Jennings open for the first down, and they had Ayuk open for the touchdown, but he had no time.
No, that's a good point, Coach, and it's just a lot to get in there too. Some very creative ideas there. I want to start with the Dre Greenlaw aspect though, because I do think if your terms of running it back, obviously you're not going to be able to run it back exactly the same because you're not going to have Dre available next year. The Achilles is out. I've seen, people say that maybe he could be back late in the year or whatnot. If I'm the 49ers, I am operating under the assumption that Dre Greenlaw will not be suiting up for you in any game at all whatsoever next season from, day one of training camp all the way to the end of the year. You have 0 Dre Greenlaw next year. You need to find someone to fill that void. I don't know if you fill that in the draft, or I kind of like the coach's idea there of going out and finding Azeez Al-Shaair. He had a 1-year deal with the Titans, so he will be available. He knows your defensive system. We'll see what your D coordinator looks like next year. But these guys familiar with the guys in the building. He's familiar with the system. He knows what he needs to do. That's a solid option there. But yeah, the hardest part there is going to be replacing Dre Greenlaw. I don't even know if you just do that in the draft either. I don't know how much does the absence of Dre Greenlaw impact in terms of just what this Niners team will look like next year, FP?
I mean, it's from a heart and soul standpoint, a lot. And from a talent standpoint and a physicality standpoint, a lot. Like Drake Greenlaw isn't just a great linebacker. He's trying to kill you on every hit. Yeah. He's old school, man. I mean, if we watch film of Ronnie Lott right now, Ronnie Lott would be suspended every week. I mean, the game was different. Even watching that Patriots documentary last year and watching Cox and some of the linebackers for the Pats back in the day and how physical the game was. Like Drake Greenlaw's old school. I mean, that's why he gets hurt so much, because he just throws his body around like a crash test dummy for three hours every Sunday. So, yeah, I don't know how you replace him. I don't think you do replace him. Sam, I'm the kind of guy that I can't wrap my head around next year yet. We've been talking about next year a lot.
That's true.
It's hard for me to get
especially
there.
so fresh.
I mean, we've been doing it. We've been having fun with it. You're doing a fantastic job hosting the show for your first time ever. But like, it's hard for me. Like as an athlete, you work your whole life to be in the present. And it's so hard because you're worried about the last game and you're thinking about next year. And all the great ones, whether it's Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, they all live in the moment, right?
Yeah.
Right now, every single 49er, not one of them's thinking about next year. They're all on the beach. You just see with Juszczyk and Kittle and the wives, they're all somewhere in Mexico on the beach. They're just decompartment. They're just unplugging right now.
For the best.
They're decompressing. They're nobody's thinking about next year. As a fan, maybe I still have too much athlete in me, but I haven't even got to thinking about I mean, you're triggering me to think about next year because we're doing, and the fans are, and we're excited about it. But like, dude, I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
I'm more of spring training. The Warriors are winning 8 out of 10. Mentally, am I having trouble letting go of the toughest loss maybe we've all experienced? Yeah. But it's hard for me to think about Dre Greenlaw and the defense and what they need to do. I guess when training camp starts, I'll start to lock back into the 49ers. But right now, like as a fan, and I'm saying this with all due respect to every fan out there, I'm trying to close the book on these guys.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like get through my own grieving process of a tough loss right now. So for me to like really dive deep into Ayuk and this and that next year, like I'm having fun with this. Don't get me wrong. But like, if it's up to me, I kind of want to like put that in a Tupperware, seal it, put it in the freezer, and when the training camp starts next year, then start to think about it. Or like hot stovey stuff when you're the dog days of July and August when maybe the Giants aren't doing as well or your team's not doing as well. But like right now, I'm having trouble like getting toward next year.
I know, and that's just the nature of football.
Or sports talk. Like this is great sports talk. But like, yeah, it's hard for me as a fan to get there.
I guess the way I look at it is just they were so close. And when you feel so close, it's just like, I want to just get back on that horse and get right back out there and get there again. As a fan, that's just my mindset with how close they were. And it's just like, I just hate like, when you're this close, I hate to see it let it slip away. I just remember when with the Harbaugh Niners and how close they got to winning and when they fell short and then it slipped away. It hurt the way it slipped away and how fast it slipped away. And I don't know, maybe it's just part of me. I just don't want them to lose that momentum that they've been building up these last 4 years.
From like a sports psychology standpoint, you're trying to fix the loss right now by talking about tweaking the roster for next year so that they can win the last game. But I'm sick. Do you guys ever watch ESPN Classics and you know the outcome of the game, but you're thinking it's going to change the way you want it to change? Mm-hmm. So like say it's a bowl game from wherever, or it's your team in the Super Bowl, and you watch the replay and you're sitting there going, you know the outcome, you know how it's going to end, but for some reason you're thinking, I don't know if it's a mind trick.
This time they won't call the PI against Miami in the end zone.
You're thinking it's going to, that's
the one I got to go to.
Fiesta Bowl. I was there. I was there.
Oh.
I was in the stands for that. I saw the fireworks go off and the Hurricanes run on the field and the confetti fall. And then everybody go, what's going on? And my buddy who was an Ohio State fan is like, there's a flag in the end zone. I'm like, wait, what? Worst call ever, by the way. Anyway,
how do you make a call? Anyway.
Why would you pick that?
That's a I know.
Just pick that scab.
I know.
Right
We
there.
talk about painful losses. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. We got a couple minutes for the injury report here, so let's rat-tat these calls. Doug in Berkeley. How are we feeling about Brock? How are we feeling about running it back with this Niners team?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I got a few thoughts. One real quick about Mahomes. He really matured this year. With all the adversity, the drop balls, he never blew his cool except for that call the official made. I got to give him a lot of credit. He's maturing beyond his just talent. That's all I got to say about him. He's maturing as a leader. With regard to Brock, I totally disagree that he's not top five, or will never be top five. He's already done more in 2 seasons than all those other guys that you named. Okay? Stop putting,
He's done more than Patrick Mahomes?
Okay? Yeah. No, not Mahomes. Mahomes is in his own class. But he's done more than all the other guys in the NFC that you named already in just 2 years. He's actually done it.
In the NFC.
Some of the guys have more talent. Maybe we'll see. Like you said, he's only 24. What I would say about running it back or not running it back, 19-19 against Mahomes in regulation. we don't need wholesale changes. All the turmoil with the defense, the defensive coordinator, still got to the Super Bowl in 1919 in regulation. I would get Bosa to play up to his contract. That would be a good start. And I would get Kyle Shanahan, who's a great offensive mind, to look at that game and look at how Spagnuolo outplayed him on every key play.
That's a good point. Good point on Nick Bosa. I remember FP. I think you were when you were in with Bonte. You kind of mentioned how when guys miss training camp, like Bosa did, that can make you feel like you're just behind the eight ball all year long, like you're constantly playing catch up, and how difficult that can be to be in that position all year long. Bosa obviously in that position. He even mentioned that the holdout kind of affected his performance a little bit after the Super Bowl. I mean, no one wants to hear that, but getting a full year and full training camp out of him, I think will definitely make a massive difference for the 49ers on the defensive line. I want to go to Vinny and Martinez. Vinny, are we running it back or are we making wholesale changes here?
We have to run it back. I mean, we have no choice. That's what we said we were doing this past year. So we most definitely. Here's the thing, and the last caller, Doug, I believe, love that because I believe it's true. Purdy is every bit of should be a top five. The problem is that Purdy does not get utilized properly. He doesn't get utilized properly because he's a run and gun type of mentality. That's what he did first 5-6 games when he came in and started playing. He was running rollouts. We were doing 2 rollouts where we ran Kittle up front, Ayuk behind him. Stop doing it. Just stop doing it. And if you're going to go back and actually ask yourself, how did we win Detroit? We won Detroit because he got out, he pushed, he was doing 25, 30 yards up the middle. He was doing everything that Mahomes did on us at the end of the Super Bowl. So why weren't we doing that? And that's the biggest problem, not letting him run.
Yeah, it's a good point there. Thank you very much, Vinny.
It's a good point because he's undersized as a quarterback. And when you stand in the pocket and you got 6'8" guys, sometimes you don't see your receivers, and it's all based on timing. And when the timing's off, it doesn't look right.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the reason we winded against the Lions was because, he came back in the second half and had a great game.
Yeah, he dialed in when he needed to. That's what great quarterbacks do.
We winded that game.
Really quick before the injury report, Laura in Mill Valley. Are we running it back, Laura, or are we blowing it up and starting all over from scratch?
You know what? I think we have to run it back, and there may be some changes. I think people with better pay grades than me can do that trading next year. I just love Brock Purdy. I love his composure. I love his tenacity. I think it's seconds and inches, and had we won that game, I think we'd be having such a different conversation. We aren't complete losers when we lose and blow up the entire team, right? And I think it just reminds me of when in basketball, when Giannis was asked, right, are you a failure because you didn't take the whole trophy, right? We're not failures. I don't think we need to blow up everything. I think that Brock Purdy, I love as a 24-year-old man, he puts faith in faithful, and his level of composure and not, he was playing Taylor Swift, not just, he had a lot of forces out there that, and media. I am just really proud of our team. I'm really proud of Brock Purdy. It's a tough loss, but I'm still with him through thick and thin, win or loss. And I believe him in the long run. He could easily be the top 5, and the best is yet to come. He's a young man and just a really smart football player in my mind.
Love it. Great stuff,
that
Laura.
catch that Taylor Swift made over the middle was awesome. In traffic when she got jacked.
I really thought that the pressure she was putting on Brock too off the edge. The fact she was playing basically both ways.
I know what she's saying though.
Yeah. There was
a lot. There was a lot going on.
She does bring that aura and energy, or the zone, as Tony in Oakland likes to put it. Let's get to the injury report though. In just a moment, we will get to the injury report, which is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. There it is.
It's time for the Injury Report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Alex Cobb is slowly working his way back to full health. Susan Slusser, FP's good friend, reported that Cobb had a pair of throwing sessions off a mound this week, one on Sunday and another that took place yesterday on Tuesday. Cobb only threw fastballs in both bullpen sessions and felt great afterwards. Cobb is recovering from off-season hip surgery that is expected to sideline him through at least the first month of the season. That is the Injury Report, which is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Niners, are they running it back? Brock Purdy, will he be a top 5 quarterback? That and more on the other side. It's Sam Lubman. It's FP Santangelo in the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
In order for small businesses to thrive,
Again, the morning roast.
Hello there. No, this is not Bonte Hill, as evident by the lack of "Oh Baby." This is not Joe Shasky, nor is this Joe Spadoni. Sam Lubman here in the H-Chair on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Usually I'm behind the glass producing the show, but I said, you know what? Hey, Matt Nahigian, you don't do anything during the day. Let's have you work behind the glass today, and I'll host the show, because we need to keep you busy. You're just meandering around the office all the time. Also here with me is FP Santangelo. I love these kind of shows I get to do with FP, this being the first one, because it is the first, in my knowledge, all Canes broadcast here at 95.7 The Game. We got some Canes up in here, FP.
We got some Canes over here.
Whoosh.
Wait, you went to, when'd you go to you went to Miami what year?
2011.
Oh, God, I didn't even, why did I ask? I went there.
I got there in 2011. Actually, the day I got, you remember the whole Nevin Shapiro scandal when that thing went down?
No. What is it?
Oh, really? You don't remember that one?
No. He's paying that football player.
Yeah, he was like paying for like yacht trips and someone got an abortion in there. Like it was this whole Miami scandal thing where it basically this whole thing broke the day I got to Miami to move on to campus. Like I kid you not, FP. I flew out that morning with my dad to, we're going to go move in. We were going to stay at the Biltmore, which is really, fancy hotel just north of campus in Coral Gables. And we get to the hotel and I go to turn the TV on. And the first thing I see on the TV in the hotel is the U logo on SportsCenter and Kirk Herbstreit talking about the death penalty because of this whole thing that just broke basically while we were flying across the country from San Francisco to Miami. And I'm moving into campus and there's news trucks all over the place. Like, this is one of the biggest scandals in college football history, and it's just exploding literally right outside the dorm that I'm moving into.
What is going on here?
Basically, that's what I was saying. What am I getting myself into? What is, I wanted to go to Miami because of the football history. Now I'm hearing that could get taken away. Obviously, it all worked out for the best because I don't want to get into that whole story. It was a whole song and dance that Miami and the NC2A had to do there. But, yeah, I arrived to the University of Miami under a massive, massive cloud of scandal, which, I don't know, that was probably around too when you were there back in the early 90s.
The players drove brand new Mercedes. I know that.
No, it was with their, hard-earned money that they got at their off-campus jobs.
Dude, but my fondest memory, including the College World Series of being a Hurricane, was being on the sidelines at Notre Dame for Catholics versus Convicts.
Oh,
and we played the Irish in fall ball games on Thursday and Friday. They had the whole Notre Dame band at a fall baseball game at their stadium with cheerleaders on the dugout. I had just gotten there, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? It was awesome. And then Coach Frazier, the late Ron Frazier, who's a baseball coaching legend, got us sideline passes for the game. We saw the fight in the tunnel. We saw Cleveland Gary. We were right in that end zone.
And he was down.
It was, ground can't cause a fumble. But one of the greatest college football games in the history of the sport, we were at the game on the sidelines.
I could not care less.
It was great. I know.
I think a lot of people care about that. One of the great games. I care, and that's all that matters. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, that was. I always remember watching the U documentary, the first one, and the line that was repeating, Jimmy Johnson saying after the game, "You do not go to South Bend and put the game in the ref's hands." And the reason I bring that up is because before we went to the break, one of our callers mentioned all the holding calls in the Super Bowl that went uncalled, or there was the ineligible man downfield that we saw on the last play of the game that wasn't called. And I see a lot of people complaining about those calls. I've seen all the Bosa holds. I saw them during the game. You cannot go to the biggest stage in the NFL and put the game in the ref's hands. So that's why when people complain about the lack of holding calls or the lack of this calls or the lack of that calls, the refs are going to ref. If you're banking on the refs to save your ass in a big-time football game, you don't deserve to win that football game.
The only time you complain about the refs is when your team loses. You're looking to, justify the loss. You're looking for a reason why they lost. You're trying to grieve. You're trying to grieve the loss. Like, no one call really determines the outcome of a game, unless it's just the most obvious, blatant last play of the game call. So you look for reasons why your team lost. It helps you move forward. It helps you get over the loss. I've never heard a fan say like the refs were brutal and they come on a radio show and talk about officiating, umpiring, whatever it is when your team wins.
Yeah, it seems like when you're putting on the games are won by the men on the field. Yes, the refs, they do have an impact on it. To me, it just always feels like yeah, you're looking for a reason, you're looking for a scapegoat. But when it comes to pinning it on the refs, if you play well enough, the refs will not have an impact. And no one ever wants to see the refs have impacts on games. And that illegal man downfield, you're never going to get that flag thrown on the last play of the Super Bowl like that. Like, no ref wants to be in that position. I always think back as you're bringing it up, the refs, deciding the factors. The end of the NLDS in Game 5 when Wilmer Flores struck out on that check swing. I always believe that should have been called a ball. You should never end a playoff series like that on a questionable call like that. Let the players end the game. But at the same time, Giants, they had opportunities earlier in that game to score runs. And the goal is you want to play well enough to where no matter what the refs do, that their impact does not impact the result. It does not impact your ability to win the game. And so just when I see people complain about the refs, like, I'm not dismissing the complaints about the refs. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to put my hat on that. Like, there's more important reasons why the Niners lost in the Super Bowl, and it wasn't the refs. So we were putting a bow on that conversation there, because I do want to switch over to some Warriors here in this 8 o'clock hour. FP, Steph Curry, or no, it's not Steph Curry, Brandon Podziemski was in the Rising Stars game during this All-Star weekend. I don't know if you caught any of the Rising Stars game at all. I think that was on Friday night.
I did not.
Yeah, I mean, it's watching anything during NBA All-Star weekend is tough these days. But Brandon Podziemski, after the Rising Stars practice, I thought put some like incredible pressure on himself about being the guy who succeeds Steph Curry's role with the Warriors. Here's what he had to say about that.
He did a really good job of the first day I was a Warrior, just reaching out and FaceTiming me and talking with me, just kind of opened that relationship up to start. And, he's been a great vet towards me. And anything I've ever needed on the court, off the court, he's been there to take care of me. So, super appreciative and thankful for that. But, when he retires and how many years that may be, I feel like it's my job to fulfill, what he's doing.
So hearing a guy like Brandon Podziemski, he's a rookie out of Santa Clara, not a very heralded rookie coming into this year. He was kind of bumpy at the beginning of the year, but he's really endeared himself to Warrior fans as this season's gone on. You hear him come out and say that, yeah, he kind of wants that to fill that Steph Curry role. FP, when you hear a guy like that want to take up that kind of a role, what's your first thought when you hear him say something like that?
Well, I love the confidence that he has, but it's not arrogance. I love the swagger that he plays the game with. I love how hard he plays the game of basketball every single night. In that Rising Stars game you're talking about, his quotes after the game that he was shocked that people were on that kind of a stage and they didn't give an effort. It blew him away. The G League players did, he said, but like the Rising Star rookies in the NBA didn't. And he said, we have to care more. I'm like, what? I love everything about this kid. He's the guy that I go to the games to watch besides Steph, Clay, and Dre right now. And when you talk about the Warriors went to Santa Clara to scout somebody else, and then they saw Podziemski and they said, he's a number one pick. When you saw that, he had a lackluster summer league, but who cares? But he came into camp talking trash. Like this guy, even Draymond says, he talks S all day. That's all he do. Like, I love a guy that exudes that kind of confidence. And he's walking the talk, too. And when you talk to Steve Kerr, we interview him every week here on our air. That's his guy. Like, he loves that guy because he's a basketball player. He's a gym rat. He's diving on the floor. He's boxing out. He's rebounding. He's running the offense. He's taking the open jumpers. There's nothing. I had no idea about this kid. And now he's one of my favorite Warriors to watch play. Not because of his talent level, but I love the confidence that he knows his game plays at any level. Maybe he didn't know that at first, but we've got to watch him grow up this year, a lot like Kuminga. Kuminga changed in 1 month, like when you see guys change in 3 years, like because he believes in himself. And at the highest level, you have to have the belief in your ability that, hey, my game plays. Can you imagine being a rookie in the NBA on any team? But can you imagine being a rookie in the NBA with Steph Curry right there and Klay Thompson right there? Arguably the two greatest shooters, not even arguably, the two greatest shooters that have ever played in the NBA, and a team with 4 rings, and maybe at certain venues and certain occasions and get-togethers, they put the rings on. Like, you get called up to the Pittsburgh Pirates, okay. You get called up to the New York freaking Yankees, that's a whole different story. Like, Brandon Podziemski got called up to the most internationally known franchise in NBA right now. And he's playing like he's been there for 5 years. This guy's amazing. And for him to say that he wants to take over, I want him to say that. I want him to say he wants to be a Hall of Famer. I want him to say he wants to be an All-Star, which he said during All-Star weekend. Like, these are goals that confident players should all have. But he's not in your face like, oh my God, this guy. He just goes out and balls out every single night. He's 20 years old. Like, he's not even legal yet, I think. I don't think he's 21 yet.
No, I think we probably pull that up.
Right?
Yeah,
he can't even have a beer with his teammates.
No, he can't.
And he has this confidence. I love the kid. I love where the Warriors are going. They're one game over 500. They've won 8 out of 10. They're playing with a different energy, a different passion, a different synergy than they had early in the season. And we could talk about Steve Kerr, and a lot of people like to question Steve Kerr. At the end of this thing, I don't think you're always judged by having a parade. Sometimes your best job as a coach is getting your team through the adversity of a coach dying, getting your team through a suspension of one of your best players, getting your team through choppy waters. Like, sometimes bumpy roads lead to beautiful places. And this road for Steve Kerr as a coach this year has been super bumpy. And all of a sudden, they're starting to come out on the other side of that. Mm-hmm. Where this goes, are they going to break our hearts and take 1 step forward, 2 steps back like they have all year? I don't know. But, like, there's a lot of it talk about, is Steve Kerr the coach for the Warriors in the future? Absolutely. He might be doing, people are going to roll their eyes in traffic right now, his best job as a coach this year, because it's not always about rotations and this and that. It's about getting men through tough times. It's about standing up and being a leader when Coach Decky died and addressing your team. It's about talking to your team about Draymond Green. It's about Kuminga going public with, I want to play more. Like, he has navigated and negotiated this team through a tough time times 10 this year.
Yeah.
If I'm Steve Kerr at the end of the year and I go deep into the playoffs, I might smoke a big fat cigar, drink a bottle of champagne, and say, you know what? This is my best year as a head coach in the NBA.
Yeah, and I like what you say there, especially is criticisms I've heard a lot of Steve Kerr in the past is a lot of people like to get on him saying that they like to criticize his X's and O's. Shasky and I, we've had lots of conversations about, the plays that Steve Kerr will draw up coming out of a timeout, and the issues he has there, his issues with the rotations, the issues with getting Kuminga or Moody into the lineup. I was at the game, a few weeks ago when during the game you started having Moses Moody chants in the crowd because fans are just so frustrated with Steve Kerr's apparent refusal to play Moody for the Warriors. Speaking of the Warriors, just want to remind everyone it is a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. But I agree with you kind of in the wake of Coach Decky's passing. One of Kerr's biggest strengths as a head coach has always been his ability to manage people, manage relationships. And he is the way he's been able to have guys locked in the face of that tragedy. I mean, we were talking earlier in the show about, how guys in the Niners bounce back in the wake of Dre Greenlaw being injured, or when you were talking about when you were on the A's in 2001, having to kind of immediately bounce back in the wake of Jermaine Dye injuring himself on a foul ball off his shin. That's nothing compared to the kind of tragedy the Warriors have had to go through this year. And, Steve Kerr, he's got 29 games left on his contract, 29 regular season games left on his contract. So he doesn't have a deal for next year. He is a lame duck coach right now. And, looking ahead to this second, half, quote unquote, so to speak, of the season, if this is it for Steve Kerr, Warrior fans really try to take a moment to appreciate just what this guy has meant to this organization.
It's not going to be it for Steve Kerr. I'm not going to do any goodbyes to Steve Kerr right now. This is not it for him.
You don't think so?
He's the best coach in the NBA. Look at the resume. He is.
Yeah. Then why do you think he doesn't have a deal yet then?
I mean, that's not my call.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I would say, unless you're in the building, unless you're in the room, you don't know what's going on. If you're just going to games as a fan, and fans are right to feel however they want to feel, but unless you're in the building and you know what's going on in practice, you know what's going on in the locker room, you know the dynamic between the players, you know what's being said, what's not being said, you know confidence level, you know injury level. When you're the head coach of any team at the highest level, you know if a guy's soft, you know if a guy's bitching, you got to know if a guy's moaning, you know if a guy's moping, you know if a guy's confident, you know if a guy's not confident, you know if a guy's soft, if he's on the table all the time, you know all these things. Unless you're in the room, you don't know what's going on. And if you're going to criticize a guy that's won 4 rings and it's maybe doing his best job as an NBA coach this year with what he's had to negotiate and navigate through, like I I can't criticize. And I've never been in my life, and I feel it's a reason why I was successful as an athlete, of blaming a coach for anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people have had bad experiences in high school or college or at whatever level with coaches. So their first card is to blame the coach. Like, I'm going to blame the coach. It's the coach's fault. It's Kyle Shanahan's fault. It's Steve Kerr's fault. It's Bruce Bochy's fault. I did a radio show in 2010 when I fielded calls for 2 weeks on Fire Bruce Bochy. Fire Bruce Bochy, who won 3 World Series. The Giants had lost 9 out of 10 in July. I was fielding calls every single day. And I said, you could call the show and say you want him fired, but who's your replacement? Who do you think is better than Bruce Bochy? So if you want to fire Steve Kerr, and that's your take, or you want to fire Kyle Shanahan, who's better? Who's your replacement? Tell me who's better than those 2 coaches right now. And if you can find somebody that's better than those 2 coaches, come on the show, tell me they should be fired. But if I'm looking at it objectively, there is nobody out there that's better than Kyle Shanahan. There is nobody available out there that's better than Steve Kerr.
Well, I think and to your point there in regards to why you don't move off Steve Kerr, a big part of it is just he's got the biggest defender he could possibly have in the building in Stephen Curry. I can't imagine Steph Curry wants to move off Steve Kerr. Steph Curry, he probably wants to keep this core together as much as he can. So much so that he was on with Malika Andrews for ESPN the other day, and he was asked about keeping the big 3 together, him, Klay, and Draymond together. Here's what he had to say about that.
100%. And I think that's always been a motivator for us. And I think the way that we talk about it is we want to not only end our career as a Warrior, not only continue to compete at a very high level, but you want to end it the right way. I think we've been through a lot this year, and the 3 of us, especially with Draymond's absence for a while, with Klay taking on a new role, the new cast of characters that we have that are right alongside us in this journey. I think it's extremely possible to accomplish both. We just have to, protect the identity of who we are as best we can, and I think we're moving in that right direction.
So obviously he wants to keep his big 3 together. I would love to see the big 3 stay together and keep winning together. FP, we've been kind of tossing the question around, the big picture of how close our Bay Area teams are to being at that championship level. We did a lot of time on the Niners about that. When it comes to the Warriors, though, we had Nick Friedel on yesterday. He said that he thinks the Warriors can obviously make noise in the playoffs. He doesn't see them coming out of the West, though. With the Warriors are at right now, how far away does it feel they are from a title? And is the fastest way to that title keeping these 3 together? Or is it maybe, again, blowing it up a little bit, retooling and finding other options out there to partner up with Steph?
Would you rather keep the big 3 together and not win another title, or go out and say the LeBron James flirting and get a guy like him and win another title?
I think it comes down to how badly do you want...
If you broke up the big 3.
Yeah, if you broke up the big... Yeah, basically, do you want to see Steph win another ring with someone else, or are you okay with, the big 3 just kind of going off into the sunset together without any new championships? That's what I want to hear from our audience. 888-957-9570. What matters to you more? Getting Steph Curry that 5th ring that will put him above LeBron James, put him 1 under Jordan, or do you want to see the big 3 of Steph, Klay, and Dre just kind of go off into the sunset together? For me, I hate playing this both sides argument here, but I'm torn on this one because as a fan, I love seeing my guys play together. Like even at the end with the Giants, I love seeing guys like Brandon Crawford and Brandon Bell, Hunter Pence, Pablo Sandoval. Like, I love seeing those guys who we saw win still playing together, but I hate watching them lose together, Like, it felt like with the Giants, we've called them, the forever Giants on this show because they just, those Giants here felt like they held on to those guys for a little too long, and it kind of set them back a little bit in terms of the rebuild that they, underwent when Farhan Zaidi arrived here. The thing I don't want to see with the Warriors is I just don't want to see the Warriors slip back into the days of suck that were, around during the Chris Cohen era. I just don't want to see that. And my fear is that if you just kind of ride it out with these big 3 and they don't win anything, you set yourself up for an even harder road back down the line. But then again, I don't know. I guess if you kind of try to build around Steph Curry too, you're going to have to give up assets and you'll be in that same situation regardless. So I don't know, maybe the Warriors are kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't in terms of the future. But as far as what I like to see right now, though, I don't know, I kind of lean towards just let's try and get Steph a ring. To be honest, I feel like another ring makes the what comes after a little bit easier to deal with.
Loyalty doesn't win games. I think you can get to a point where if your ownership or front office, you feel like you owe these guys, right? All the great times, all the championships, look at all the jewelry we have, look at the parades. And then you reward them because you become emotional. And you reward them because they're great. They're the greatest. They're at the top of the mountain. Now you have these deals and contracts that eventually you're going to have to pay the price for. Whether it's the Giants and aging players, whether it's the Warriors and aging players. And I think right now what you're seeing with Steve Kerr by putting Klay Thompson as a sixth man and put him on the bench, come off the bench, he maybe like the one criticism I would have of Dusty Baker, and I love him more than anybody I've come across in baseball, and I respect him. Sometimes you're loyal to a fault, meaning like this guy did so much for me, I'm going to let him maybe play a little bit too long. Maybe I'm going to stick with him a little bit too much because that's what makes Dusty Baker such a great person. Maybe that's what makes Steve Kerr such a great person in the locker room to get the most out of his players, that you're loyal to a fault. These guys won me 4 championships. This is the best shooter on the planet for a while. And now I have to make him this. Now I have to put him on the bench. Like, so you can be loyal to a fault. Loyalty doesn't win you games. It does win you over with players. But there comes a point when you have to realize that winning is the name of the game. And winning is maybe more important than being loyal. Like loyalty as a character is a beautiful thing in anybody, right? If you're a loyal person, I can count on you. And I know that you're going to be there for me. But like in sports, sometimes, and I'm saying this with love, sometimes this can get in the way.
Yeah. Let's keep on with this on the other side, though. We are up against it. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Safeway. When it comes to the Warriors, what matters more to you? Getting Steph one more ring or keeping the big three together? Steph wants to keep the big three together. I'm curious to what you, the callers, have to say. 888-957-9570. Mark, Melinda, Uncle Gene, I see you guys. We'll get to you on the other side. It's Sam Lubman. It's FP Santangelo. It's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
Safeway, proud to be local, has great deals this week in store.
What's up, GP2? Unfortunately, it's not Bonte Chasky on the morning roast. It's Sam Lubman and FP Santangelo. Got the backups in today, or platooning in, as I like to say, with Matt and Hegan on the board and Evan Giddings back there behind the glass helping him out.
You get your day in the sun, you got to shine, Sam. You're shining.
Exactly. That's
You're
what
doing it. You're doing it. This is for your first time running a show, driving the show. You're driving the big bus, prime time, everybody going to work today, and you haven't driven it off the cliff yet, so you're doing good.
Well, that's good. You know,
you're doing great.
I like to consider myself the Waymo cars of drivers here. We were talking about Waymo cars earlier in the show, so if you missed that conversation, that reference probably doesn't make any sense to you. Shout out relevant references. That's what I love.
Dude, I flipped off a driverless car once. It was I forget if it was a Cruiser or a Waymo, but it was sitting in the intersection. It was just sitting in the middle of the intersection. I drove around it, honked and flipped it off, and there was nobody in there. And I just I've reached an all new low.
How silly did you feel?
I just flipped nobody off.
The future is incredible.
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
You know what else is incredible is all these people on the lines. 888-957-9570. We've been talking Warriors. Steph Curry, he wants to keep the big three together. What matters more, keeping the big three together or getting him a ring? I want to talk to our 2023 Roaster of the Year, Uncle Gene in Oakland. Gene, my guy, how are we doing today?
I'm doing great, Sam, FP. Yeah, so listen, first of all, I think they're one and the same, but I'll get to that in a minute. FP, I think you're right. I think this may very well be Steve Kerr's best year. I mean, I want to see how it plays out the rest of the 20-something games before I make a judgment. Up to now, I felt like the last year they won the championship was his best. By contrast, last year was his worst, and I think he's more or less admitted to it. Started off, of course, with the punch and the not holding Green accountable, and the whole sort of locker room going south after that, and the team with it. This year, I think he's learned from his mistakes. I think he's handling people better. He's more patient with the young players, and you can see the difference that's made. He's also been patient with people like Wiggins when everybody wanted to ship him out. Some weeks ago, he said, listen, the guy just needs to get back in his rhythm. He's been having problems physically and emotionally, and in time, you'll see the old Wiggs back, and I think we're starting to see that. He also stood up for our favorite guy, Draymond Green, and sure enough, he came back, and the whole team has turned around as a result. So, no, he's done a great job. Mr. Lacob, if you're listening, sign this guy up for Christ's sake. He deserves it. We need him. Now, as far as keeping the big three together, I've said many times, and I continue to say, once one of these big three is not around or not available or just not playing at a high level, that's officially the end of the dynasty as far as I'm concerned. They're more than just three great future Hall of Fame players. They're a brotherhood, all right? They love each other. They know each other. They've been together for, I believe, about 11 years now. And they feed off of each other, okay? They play for each other. So, when Curry is saying, no, I want to keep the big three together, it's not just a sentimental thing. I think it really, gets to the heart of why they've been champions. So, no, I want to see them stay together, and I really believe it's still their best chance of winning a championship.
Good stuff, Gene. Really appreciate that call there. A lot of good stuff there with what Gene was saying. That's just what he usually does. Gene always brings the heat.
I was a little in shock.
That's why he was our Roaster of the Year last year. So again, if you missed it, this is what Steph Curry, he was on with Malika Andrews of ESPN, and he was asked about keeping the big three together, and this is what he had to say, and this is kind of what we're talking about right now.
100%. And I think that's always been a motivator for us, and I think the way that we talk about it is we want to not only end our career as a Warrior, not only continue to compete at a very high level, but you want to end it the right way. I think we've been through a lot this year, and the three of us, especially with Draymond's absence for a while, with Clay taking on a new role, the new cast of characters that we have that are right alongside us in this journey. I think it's extremely possible to accomplish both. we just have to, protect the identity of who we are as best we can. And I think we're moving in that right direction.
One part he says in there is trying to end this the right way. I almost kind of feel like when it comes to either just, we've been doing this either or thing, and I hate staying on the fence and kind of playing this both sides argument, but I feel like I kind of am on this one. I would obviously love to see Steph get another title. But if it really does end where it's the big three together, like, I don't even think Warrior fans really be that upset with it. I mean, maybe down the line, I don't know, maybe, but like right now, the idea of keeping the three of them together and just enjoying these good times that we have with them, and hopefully Kerr comes back next year. I would expect him to. I think it's weird that he doesn't have a deal now. I think he should have a deal now. The only thing that gives me pause is we played this game with Bob Myers last year, where it was just like, oh, come on, of course he's going to be back, right? Why wouldn't he be back? But then as the year went, along more and more, and you didn't get that deal, you started getting the whole, well, maybe this is just a good time for him to get out. And then he does end up getting out. But I'm in a position where it's just like, is there any, like, would Warrior fans really be up? What's the best way to phrase this? I don't know. Do you think would there be any Warrior fans who would be upset if they did just keep the big three together and they don't win another title? Like, are the good memories enough to satisfy Warrior fans if that is indeed the direction that the Warriors decide to go with?
Well, I like what Steph said about you can do both. I would think it'd be hard pressed to find a Warriors fan right now that says break up the big three. Like if you're out there and you're a Dubs fan, you're just like, yeah, let's get rid of Clay right now. Let's get rid of Draymond. There was a little bit of get rid of Draymond when he got suspended. And I felt that doing sports talk.
Oh, I was one of those people, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was too, and I think I was wrong on that.
Probably.
I was. Availability is huge. I need to know that my guy's going to be there for me. I need to know that he's going to be available for me to compete with. And if I didn't know if he's going to be there, I thought that was, that's a big thing. But now he's there, and you can see the difference he makes. He's still animated. He's still playing with passion. But is there anybody out there that thinks they should break them up?
I'd be curious to hear if there's anyone. Yeah.
I don't think.
Give me the reason to break. I think the reason, if you do break them up, it's because there is someone who you can pair with Steph Curry who, let me say this. If Draymond Green and Klay Thompson are not back next year for whatever reason, and whoever's brought in to replace them helps Steph win another championship, no one's going to be crying and complaining that Steph won a championship with two other superstars rather than the big three. Will it hit the same as maybe the first four titles did? Maybe not, because it's going to be a completely different cast of characters. But like Laker fans, when they went through Kobe winning 3 titles in the early 2000s, 3 in a row, and then Kobe won 2 more at the end of the 2000s with a pretty much entirely different team around him. You don't see anybody being like, those titles were better than the other ones. It was just, we got one of the truly great basketball players in NBA history, the championships that he deserved. There was no like, let's try and keep, all those guys, Shaq and them together. It was, let's build around Kobe and win with Kobe. And no one complains about that. And I like to think that if it was a situation where forget Clay, forget Draymond, let's just go find options out there and put them around Steph and win with them, Warrior fans would absolutely embrace that and roll with it, because winning cures everything. I do want to go out to the lines and talk to Melinda in Oakland. Melinda, where are you on keeping the big three together?
I agree with Steph Curry. I think they should stay together. And Clay has his good days. Draymond has his good days. He might have a little temper here and there, but that's okay. But Steph is still on fire. If they could get another guy like Kevin Durant, that'd be great. But Kevin Durant, he had too much ego, so he had to have his own star. So if we can get another person like him, that'd be great. But we're doing a lot better, so I think we should keep the big three together, and I agree with Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
it's a great voice.
Yeah.
Can you call back?
Is she still on the line? Melinda's still there?
That was a great voice.
No, she's gone. All right.
She should have her own show.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious if this was it. No more championships. I know Nick Friedel, he was on the show with us yesterday. In the past, he said, Warrior fans, I hope you enjoyed that title the other year because that might be the last one. That was the bonus title that no one expected you to get. I mean, if this really was it for this run, would Warrior fans be upset? Is there a feeling like, oh man, we really left a lot on the table there? Like, I grew up a longtime Warrior fan. Like, I've been going to Warrior games since I was like 5 years old. You know, I remember, you know, I'd always ask my dad, you know, this was back when Thunder, the mascot, was doing things for the Warriors. I don't know. Did you ever see Thunder, the mascot?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
I love Thunder. And I remember asking him one day, you know, I was like 5 or 6 years old, Dad, why doesn't Thunder suit up for this team? Like, he's routinely every night the best player on the floor in between, you know, breaks and stuff like that. That's how bad it was with the Warriors back then, where I'm asking why the mascot can't help. Again, I was 6 years old. I didn't know better. I sat through some really drab days as a Warrior fan. I remember when I got to Miami, you know, I tell people I'm a Warrior fan. Like, oh, where are they? Like, no one even knew where the Warriors played because he was there in Golden State Warriors. There wasn't a city. No one knew that they were in the Bay Area. But then by the time I graduated, everybody knew who the Warriors were because that was when they were winning their first championship. So for me as a longtime Warrior fan, when they just won that first one, that was enough for me. The three on top of that is gravy. If this really is it, like if they're really, like as Gene said, he kind of said this is the end of the dynasty. If there were no more championships and it was just, let's just see, you know, the big three play out these next 3-4 years, I'd honestly be okay with that. Because I feel very satisfied as a Warrior fan in terms of what this core has gotten me. I don't know if you feel a similar way.
Their roles could change. Like Steph's always going to be Steph. I don't care. I feel like Steph's going to be like Tom Brady. He's going to play till he's 40. Like I don't think his role will ever change. But maybe you keep him and you add pieces and you watch Kuminga and Podziemski kind of take over in sort of slow fashion, and you add some really good pieces to the puzzle. I don't know who at this point, but dude, it's not like these guys can't play anymore. They can still play.
They just need to be in different roles.
At a high level. I mean, Clay just showed us what kind of I think, man he is versus a player he is by accepting that role, coming off the bench, throwing in 35. Yeah. Like that as a guy that's got Hall of Fame resume to say, okay, I'll be a sixth man. And after 700 plus games of starting, after 12 years, comes off the bench for the first time and pours in 35 and accepts the role and embraces the role. And you could tell this guy's authentic. He's not going to just give you like lip service with quotes in the media. Mm-hmm. I mean, he tells us too much sometimes. And for him to say that, like, you know, this is okay and I'm embracing this role and I talked to Steve about it and then put up the numbers to back it up. I don't know if it's going to be a full-time thing. I don't think it will be, by the way. Maybe it will. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But like these guys still can play. I feel like we're like throwing. Yeah, well, I don't want to use that analogy. I think we're kind of alluding to that they can't play anymore. What Steph said, they can keep them together and still win. Can they win a championship? Oh boy, I don't know if I'm going to go out that far on a limb, but they're trending in the right direction to do some damage in the playoffs. They're trending in the right direction to be maybe a 6 or a 7. If it's all said and done, they keep playing. I go to energy, effort, body language, and defense. To me, defense is an attitude as an NBA player. Defense is something that you just either you're going to do because you want to or you're not going to do. Yeah, are there more talented defenders because of foot speed and rotation and knowledge of how it works? Yeah. But like playing defense to me is effort. And they're starting to give, ever since Coach Decky passed away, unfortunately, this team has played at a different energy level. And it's been a consistent level. And I don't know if they're doing it for him or they're doing it because it was just plain embarrassing the way they were going about it early in the season. But they're playing defense now. Like they're rebounding. The turnovers, I think, are always going to be there. The turnovers are hard to watch sometimes, but whatever with that.
Well, that's always been a feature of the Warriors style of play. Yeah. Going back to the very beginning of this run, you know, it was always like the way they move the ball, the amount of ball movement that's in it, there's going to be turnovers, especially with just how fast they play. The problem with the turnovers is that when in the past they had enough talent to overcome those turnovers, when you got, you know, Steph, Clay, Dre, and KD on the floor together, you know, 10 turnovers ain't going to hurt you because you got guys who can, you know, turn a 20-point deficit into a 5-point lead in the blink of an eye. The problem comes is when the talent isn't enough to overcome those turnovers. But, you know, to your point, kind of what they've been doing the last few weeks in terms of how much damage they can do in the playoffs. Nick Friedel, you know, he joined us yesterday, and he likes if the Warriors do run into a young team like the Thunder or the Timberwolves, he kind of likes what the Warriors can do against them in a series. Here's what we had to say about that.
if you're playing against a Thunder or a Timberwolves team that just hasn't been there, and certainly hasn't been there together, hell yeah, the Warriors with the championship pedigree that they've got, with Draymond locked in for now, playing the way that he is, absolutely they have a chance.
So I'm kind of curious to you, FPS, as someone who's been in professional clubhouses with professional athletes. How much does just the know-how, that veteran know-how, help on those big stages? The fact that, at the Warriors, they do go into the playoffs, they would be one of the most, if not the most, playoff-tested team in the entire field. I mean, how much does that simple know-how, how far can that really carry you, though?
I mean, you still have to execute, right? I mean, you still have to go out there and get it done. But I feel like, if you've been there, done that you live for those moments when Draymond says, I don't start playing until March or whatever. Like, that's not saying he's not trying before that. Just we played so many games that matter so much that sometimes it's hard to get motivated for a regular season game when you've won 4 championships. And that's where you separate the true professional from the guy that's just out there. And I think if you've been in championship scenarios, which I never was as a player, but I've saw a lot of guys that were, they're able to control their pulse easier. If you've been there, done that. Patrick Mahomes, Derek Jeter comes to mind. He was just playing baseball games in October where we were all just, playoffs. We're playing the playoffs. Let's go. And he's just going out there, going through the routine. The routine doesn't change for guys that have been there, done that, because there's exterior distractions. There's tickets. There's all kinds of media that you have to do. There's interviews. There's this, there's that. The stage is elevated. There's something to be said for being the only game on and your peers watching you, which is where I felt the most pressure in the playoffs, is where all of my peers are watching me today. Like every single baseball player in the major leagues is turning on this game and watching me. When you're playing however 15 games a night or whatever it is, you see highlights of your bros on their other teams. But now all of your peers are watching you. So there's just there's a heightened sense of anxiety and nerves. But the more you do anything, talking about you running a radio show today, the more you get reps in anything, the more you play on the biggest stage, the more you play in front of the bright lights, the more you are the only game on TV, no matter what sport, it just becomes another game. And usually the team that can make it become another game the quickest ends up winning that game. So when you have the Warriors with all this playoff experience, now they're going up against a Sacramento in a Game 7 that's never been in a Game 7. All these kids for the Kings last year, and Steph goes for 50 and he wins the game. So it's just another game to him. You realize the consequences if you lose. You realize the ramifications, but it's more like, I've been there, I've done that. It's a reality check. Any big moment in life that you have, the way to get through it, the healthiest way to get through it, is to step back and have a reality check. What is the worst thing that could happen right here? What's the worst thing that could happen if you had a bad radio show today? Like, you're going to be on the other side of the glass. Your family's still going to love you. You have your health. You're 30 years old or almost 30 years old. You have a bright future in front of you. So whenever something becomes bigger than the moment, you take a step back outside your body and you look at it from a reality check. What if I strike out in this at-bat with the bases loaded in the 9th inning? I'm still going to go back to the clubhouse. I still have my job. Yeah. Life is going to go on. When you look at it through that lens, and you've been there and done that so many times, and you have the resume that these guys have, they're all playing with house money. Do they want their legacy? Do they want to win 5? Do they want to win 6? They want to be at their Magic and Jordan and all these guys. Of course. Of course Steph wants to be in that. Of course Clay wants to be in that conversation, and Draymond and Steve Kerr, who's got 100 rings, 9 if I'm not mistaken, 5 as a player, 4 as a coach. But it's a reality check.
Yeah.
And these younger teams and these younger players, they don't have that reference. They don't have that in their resume. If they lose, they feel like their life's going to be over. And it just comes with experience. It comes from been there, done that.
And that's the thing with the Warriors. I mean, they kind of got those setbacks out of the way early. Again, there was the loss against the Spurs and the 2013 run. Falling short against the Clippers, they were able to get those scars. And yeah, I kind of do agree with what Nick was saying there yesterday in that, a lot of these younger teams, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, these, the Kings, they still have that, if they haven't built up that ability to take that step back, see the hay that's already in the barn, see the house money they already have. That is a major advantage the Warriors do have when we talk about, there is a way they can do it. I do feel that veteran savvy is enough to get the Warriors through at least one playoff series. I thought it got them through that Kings series last year, just in terms of they knew how to handle a Game 7 a lot more than the Kings did. And so I think that if you're talking about reasons to keep the big three together, just that alone, the ability, the comfort they have together on the biggest stage, I think is an absolutely great reason to do that. I do want to go back out to the lines, though, and I want to talk to Mark in Millbrae about keeping the big three together. Mark in Millbrae, what do you got for us today? Kind of rhymes.
What's up, guys? Yeah, to me, it boils down to if Clay. I'm taking the title every time. Clay's got to recognize where he is in terms of at this point in his career, and not to let his ego get in the way, and not just take the most amount of money, because he can choose his path as a free agent after the season. And if he realizes he can be a great sixth man for this Warrior team going forward, and not just look at the shining part of starting for some bad team because they gave you a max deal, I would like to keep the core together. But to me, ultimately, it boils down to winning a title. And Curry has got to realize, I think he realizes that as well, as we got one of the best owners in all sports, Joe Lacob. And Draymond put his ego aside, even as contentious he can be sometimes, taking less money to stay here than leaving elsewhere. And I feel like if the Warriors have this core, they can win a title. Remember, guys, even last year, they had the Lakers on a road. So I'll never forget the damn Lonnie Walker game. They had the Lakers on the road.
Legend.
Should have been back in the yeah, exactly. Oh, you're a guy from the U? Yeah. Yep. So they should have been back there. But I think if you look at this point, they're making a run, the emergence of Kuminga, who I think we're all seeing can be an ascending superstar. Podziemski can be an absolute stud on this team, Trey Jackson-Davis. So you're bringing in this young core of new guys, and we know Lacob is going to upgrade the roster to compete. I think this point, you make a run, you can get that 7, maybe 8 seed. If you get Minnesota or OKC in the first round, besides Denver, who's to say that the Warriors cannot match up and beat any of these teams? I mean, I know they kicked a lot of games in the lead, but with the way they've been playing and locked in now, with the second half stretch run into the playoffs, I mean, outside of Denver, guys, who's to say they can't be anything? So as long as we have Joe Lacob and Curry in place with the supporting young cast of new stars, I think this Warrior team is a legit title. So I don't think the run is over, and I just hope that Clay recognizes he's more beloved here and more valuable to the Warriors than he is going to some bad team just because they gave you more money to start. So I hope they retire together, guys, but I think we're blazed because we finally nailed our young picks. Thanks for the time, fellas.
Love what you had there, Mark. A couple things that I really liked that he said. I really loved how he I kind of agree with him outside the Nuggets, who really does scare you in the West. I would kind of throw the Clippers in there right now, which I hate saying that. The Clippers are probably one of my least favorite sports organizations in all of sports, professional or amateur. I hate the Clippers so much. But so it pains me to say that they're a legitimate obstacle in the Warriors' pathway, because they are the only team I would say, aside from the Nuggets and aside from the Warriors, that kind of have the veteran presence on that team with Harden, Westbrook, Kawhi, Paul George, to where you're not going to see them shrink on the biggest stage. Interesting though what he says, FP, about the Joe Lacob factor. And when I growing up as a Warrior fan, obviously when they were owned by Chris Cohen, you never had faith in that ownership. You never had faith that the people calling the shots were going to make a decision that would put the team on a better path. Just the fact that Joe Lacob is calling the shots here, though, I mean, how much of a confidence factor as a fan, knowing that a guy like him's calling the shots? Do we really kind of believe and trust that if he did move off Clay and Dre, that he would be able to, along with Mike Dunleavy, go out and bring guys in who could, again, replace Clay and Draymond? Like, what is the faith level that Warriors fans have in Joe Lacob, do you think?
You wouldn't believe how many owners of Major League sports teams don't care about winning. There's owners that care about winning, and there's owners that want to make money. And everybody obviously wants to make money, but I'm talking about priority number one. I would say 90% of owners at the highest level want to make money. And that's their number one goal. And they'll put a product out there that appeases the fan base that's just good enough. But the bottom line is, whether it's an investment and they own the team for 10 years and they watch their stock go from, I don't know, $400 million to $2.7 billion, and they sell it like a stock, and that's their goal. But when you get the one percenters, maybe even, that their number one goal is to win, and they don't care how much money they spend, dude, that's a beautiful thing. It doesn't happen very often. The George Steinbrenners, they don't grow on trees. The owners that don't care about the bottom line or their bottom line is to have a parade, those don't exist. Joe Lacob is that guy. Like, he's going to do whatever he can to win another title. He doesn't care about the salary cap or how much money he's spending or luxury tax this or whatever. So when you have an owner like that as a fan, you have to be super grateful, super thankful that you do, because they don't exist, dude. They'll say they do. They'll say publicly, we want to win and our goal is to win a championship. But to actually show you and do that, fans are not dumb, dude. Especially the modern day fan. They know if their owner's sincere. They know if their owner, based on who you sign, how much you pay guys, who you bring in. And to me, a good owner, a great owner, is the one that wants to win number one, doesn't care what he wants to spend number two. And this, I might be ranking these wrong, by the way. And number three, lets his coaches coach.
I agree.
Your job is to sign checks. Your job is to be supportive of your coach's coach and your general manager, your president, to do their thing. And you have to have confidence, and you can't micromanage. The most dangerous owner in all of sports is the one that knows just enough about the sport to think that they know everything about the sport. Yeah. And they've got their hands in everything. And that's when you get like, well, what's my job here? And what's my job here? And he's doing this. And it just gets all convoluted. Let's take a step back. Trust the people you hired to do their jobs, that they're going to put the right people in place. Trust that if you come to me with something, I'm going to say yes or no. But like, I'm in this to win it. And that's what the Warriors have, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about Joe Lacob is that, yeah, he does get it. He understands that the best way to make money is to win, and that everything will fix itself later on. Winning is expensive. He pays a lot of money to win, but he also knows that, again, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. And
$7.7 billion is what the Warriors are worth right now. Yeah. $7.7 billion.
Like, they have the financial wherewithal to keep this thing going. And Joe Lacob has the business sense, the basketball sense to keep this thing going. And that's what gives me the most confidence about the Warriors going forward. Like, I kind of, wring my hands a little bit about what the post-Steph years will look like. I don't want to see them regress into the days of suck. The one thing that gives me hope that won't happen is because you got a guy like Joe Lacob calling the shots. One of the best descriptions of Joe Lacob I've ever heard, which was very early on in his tenure with the Warriors. I believe this was right after he had moved off of Mark Jackson. The line I read, it was in the Chronicle, I forget who wrote it. They said that Joe Lacob has always been known as a man who gets what he wants. Like, he always figures like that's the drive he has. I've heard he's a very incredibly difficult person to work with. He's a very tenacious boss to work for. But that's how he gets the best out of his employees. And it's that standard that you set, that extremely high level of excellence. We are going to win. That is number one. Everything else comes second. You talk about, what makes a great owner. What I think makes a great owner is you sign checks and you shut the heck up. Now, Joe Lacob, he doesn't shut up a lot. And you know what? I don't care. Joe Lacob's earned the right to talk as much as we want. On this show, we were talking about, how we felt about Jed York talking during Super Bowl Media Week. Is that okay that he's talking now? Do you like that he's kind of coming out and being so, telling the story about, how they knew in training camp that, it was going to be Brock over Trey Lance and all this stuff. And, Bonte was like, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind hearing from the owner. Shasky was a little, wishy-washy, not really wanting to hear from the owner. Joe Lacob, he could talk whenever. Jed, I don't want to hear from you until after the season. Like, that's just, like, you're quiet all year round. You only say that, we only hang championship banners. And then you're going out and, telling these Brock Purdy stories as if, you already got a win coming. Like, Jed, you're not at Joe Lacob level yet. The ownership group with the Giants, Greg Johnson, Larry Baer, I don't want to ever hear them speak ever, like, at all. Like, Larry can talk at, like, the events that we have at the ballpark when we're retiring numbers or honoring past teams, stuff like that. But, like, Greg Johnson can't go 9 words without saying he wants to break even financially. I don't want to hear that at all. Owner's money, I don't care about it. Billionaire's money, I don't care about it at all. You're a billionaire. Your job is to make this team win baseball games or football games or basketball games, whatever team it is that you own. And Joe Lacob understands that through and through. And that alone right there is, if the decision is to keep the big three together and Joe Lacob signs off on that, then I feel like, you know what, he's going to do what he can to make sure that decision is a decision that ends in a championship. That's what makes Joe Lacob so special. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Ring that bell so you can get some notifications too whenever we go live as well. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Opened a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business text line. And big reminder here, everybody, because it is Wednesday. That means that it is a Warriors Wednesday, and that is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. 1922, Giants won the World Series that year. How's that for some fun knowledge? I want to get back into these calls here. We're talking a little bit of Warriors here. We are going to switch gears to baseball in a little bit. FP and I, we were chatting about a fun little baseball topic during one of the breaks earlier, and FP, I brought it up to you, and you said, oh, definitely bring that up because I got some stuff I want to get into on that one. So we are going to get to that in a second. Rich in Sacramento, though, how are we feeling about keeping the Warriors big three together? How important is loyalty to the big three to you?
Hey, yo, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. And lay it straight. I'm from the Bay. I grew up from the Bay. I made the jump right before everything popped off in the last couple of years. So my roots are deep in the Bay. I'm back here in Kings Country, and so I'm still repping everything I grew up with. And so this topic it hits deep. I'm 44, so I went through the dark days when we were just trying to hit 100, getting that free chalupa. And so back then it was easy. You're just having fun, great time out, and it's all good. So we fast forward now, enjoy light years, and we hit that warp speed, but everybody caught up. And I think memories are great, and keeping the big three is key. But I'm here about the chips. I think if Steph wants a ring, and we can do breaking it up, I think that's the way we got to go. As a fan, I think keeping them together for themselves and respectfully, it can be selfish. If you're a pro, you can win as a pro. But if we just hold on to memories and we continue to do it that way, yeah, we can be happy, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, again, good, fun memories will only carry you for so long. It's a good point there, Rich in Sacramento. Thank you very much for your call there. Again, we've been talking about this morning. A lot of it is what matters more. Is it more important for the Warriors to keep the big three together, or should he just go all in and just move off the big three and it's all about getting Steph Curry one more ring? I think there's good arguments to be made for either side. Not a whole lot of people called in to want to break up the big three, and I think that's the emotional aspect that fans are feeling here. It's just more fun to ride off into the sunset with the guys that you love. It feels like that's why the big kind of takeaway that I'm getting here. But again, if you do, it would be sweeter again if they do get that one more ring with the big three, obviously. But the last thing I kind of want to throw in here, and before we move off this subject, is we're talking about who you add on around these guys, but look at it kind of the pieces already internally within this team. And I'm focusing on Brandon Podziemski, who we played the sound earlier in the show where we talked about wanting to succeed the role that Steph has. But then you also have Jonathan Kuminga there. If I told you that the future of the Warriors is going to be built around those two guys, and that future is going to be kind of born from the ashes of this current dynasty, does that feel like a plausible path for the Warriors? Like a future where Kuminga and Podziemski are the beginning of that next kind of core run? Does that kind of...
Yeah. Why not? I mean, Kuminga is stepping up to become an all-star caliber player. Podziemski's going to be an all-star.
Really? You think Podziemski got all-star in him?
Yeah, absolutely. He said he's making his goal. Guys like that with that kind of mentality and that kind of makeup, if they say that out loud, that they make things happen. So yeah, he said he wants to be an all-star. He wants to play on Sunday. He said that at the Rising Stars game, and I think someday he will be an all-star. I don't know when. He's 20 years old. And you talk about the youth, and these guys are just kind of getting it, and Kuminga's just kind of getting it. And yeah, I mean, why not have this be the core, those two guys, and build around them as Steph figures. I don't even want, it's like thinking about Kipe and Kruk finishing and not doing it anymore. When you think about Steph and Clay and Draymond not doing it anymore.
It's hard to fathom.
It's so ingrained in your sports psyche that even me saying it on air, like I almost said, like as Steph kind of fades away, like that's hard to even like wrap your brain around, man.
Yeah,
it really is.
I mean, it was hard just to wrap our brains around, seeing the Giants without Buster Posey, and as hard as that was to deal with, in the gap, in the impact that his absence had. I can't even imagine what's going to be like with Stephen Curry. And I'll throw I would have liked to see a little bit more Trace Jackson Davis in that future too. Hopefully he gets a little bit more run here in the second. Yeah, what do you got?
But from an excitement standpoint and me wanting to watch a Warriors game, if Podziemski and Kuminga keep developing, I want to watch those guys play. I want to tune in to watch that game. That's entertainment for me.
Yeah.
And when you talk about
the future is always kind of like an entertaining concept, because it's like there's like you see Podziemski going out there and balling out. When you see Kuminga dropping those slams, it's hard not to get giddy, because it's just like, oh man, if this is the future, like you start seeing that vision come together. I think that's where the excitement really comes in.
There's just exciting players. It's not about the future. It's not about what this could be. It's about what it is. It's about watching Kuminga high flying dunk and being aggressive in how he's learning when to cut, where to cut, how he's playing defense, the effort he's given on a nightly basis, the fact that he can make a three-pointer, that he's becoming a complete player, the fact that Podziemski is confident and cocky and he plays the game hard and he's diving and he's getting rebounds and he can make a three-pointer, he can pass, and he believes in himself. Those are people I want to watch. It's exciting. When I turn on the Niners and I get to see Debo and I get to see Ayuk and I get to see Purdy and I get to see Kittle, and I get to see McCaffrey and I get to see Warner and Dre Greenlaw, like that's exciting. It's entertaining to me. When you turn on the Giants, they need to become more exciting. They need to be more entertaining. They need to be those two things that I just said with those two teams. Like the entertainment factor has to be there for the Giants in the corner of 3rd and King this year, like it is for the other two teams. So when you're talking about maybe sad topics of those guys retiring, I'm perfectly okay with watching these two kids go at it and then building around those guys.
Yeah, especially Kuminga. I mean, he's the guy who, and he was the highest draft pick that they've made recently after James Wiseman got traded away. He has the build. He just has the whole skill set to where I'm very excited for Kuminga. I definitely think he is a guy who could be a foundational piece going forward. You're seeing him really blossom this year, and Steve Kerr really starting to stick with him in the lineup more often. It's been one of the best developments, I think, so far in the first half of this NBA season. I do like that you brought up the entertainment factor of young guys and the Giants, because I do want to get into some Giants talk on the other side. Pitchers and catchers have reported they are doing full squad workouts this week down in Scottsdale. We got a whole new manager. We got a whole new center fielder in Jung-Hoo Lee. We got a whole new catcher in Patrick Bailey. If you just take a look at what he looks like a completely different guy. 25 pounds heavier coming into this year, trying to be more durable going into this next season. So, and then also FP, a couple breaks ago, I asked for your thoughts on this standoff that's going on between the GMs of baseball and Scott Boras regarding what's being called the Boras Four. Cody Bellinger, Matt Chapman, Blake Snell, and Jordan Montgomery, the 4 biggest names still left on the market. Why aren't they being signed? What is going on here? Is there some behind-the-scenes texting that the GMs are doing? Hey, don't give in, hold the line. A little something like that. I kind of want to get into that. Maybe getting some baseball conspiracies a little bit. I don't know. But we'll be doing some Giants talk on the other side. All of this that is coming up on the game is brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the wonderful Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night. Oh, might have to jump on that. And include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. If you give me a bottle of wine upon arrival anywhere, I am probably going to have a good time. Book ahead at inatthethides.com. This is Sam Lubman. He is FP Santangelo. We are the Morning Roast. The station is 95.7 The Game. We'll be back on the other side.
though that play, I mean, he made a good cut to, I think, originally almost to get a layup on the play. And, he understands
This
the
is a
value
Warriors
of
Wednesday
finishing
brought to you by
cuts.
Valley
We had a lot of guys
Heating,
tonight who
electrical
would start to
and
cut and
solar.
stop,
Locally,
and they're
family
switching
owned,
everything.
and
And we got nothing going. So,
your
against a team that switches like that, you have to cut. You have to
Check
be
them out at
around the basket and make sharp cuts and swing the ball, reversal. And the game changed as soon as we put him in the first half because the ball finally started to move.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It is the Morning Roast. It's not Bonte and Shasky, though. Sam Lubman, who usually produces this show, as I maneuver the camera over to where I'm at and lock it in. We're good to go there. It's also FP Santangelo here on the Morning Roast. The great Lucas Alexander is on the board right now, pressing all the buttons. And unlike most board ops, he actually knows what he's doing.
Wait, the music. That's the best rejoinder we've had today. Matt's playing like serial killer stuff, and now we got like a little rhythm going in the segment.
Well, you actually have someone who's, who understands what music in this century is like. So, that's what it is there with Lucas there. So, and that's enough Lucas praise for the day. We don't want him to get too big of a head. FP, it's time for what we've all been waiting for on the Morning Roast. It's time for our Giants baseball talk. And before
or just baseball talk
in general too. I'm always more partial to the Giants, as I got one of my favorite Giants shirts on today, my Giants Empire Star Wars shirt, which would hit a lot more if you had seen Star Wars before. So there you go, pick and choose your moments. I did not do the right one there. But before the break, I threw a thought at you, and this is in response to a Ken Rosenthal story I saw in The Athletic, basically detailing this stare down that we're seeing between the Scott Boras and his big four free agents. They're calling them the Boras Four: Cody Bellinger, Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, Jordan Montgomery. Obviously, the Giants have been all offseason linked to Matt Chapman, and the general managers around Major League Baseball. In this story, he's got a bunch of GMs quoted as saying different variations of, "We're done making moves." Farhan Zaidi said last week, "We don't anticipate any moves being made." We got Rangers general manager Chris Young saying, "I don't think there are any additions coming at this point." Blue Jays general manager Ross Atkins, "At this point, additions would be of significance, would mean some level of subtraction." Basically, you got a bunch of general managers out there saying that, yeah, we don't really need to add any more guys, even though there's 4 players under representation of Scott Boras who are very much available, very much ready to help any baseball team out there. And yeah, we've hit this kind of a Mexican standoff here, like we're at the end of a Quentin Tarantino movie. Somebody's got to blink first. FP, I'm curious, when you see this going down here, me personally, I kind of put on my baseball tinfoil hat here, and I have to think that these GMs are texting each other saying, hey, let's hold the line here. Let's not give in to Scott. Am I getting too into the weeds on that one? Or just when you see this going on, when you see this battle going on between baseball executives and the most powerful agent in all of baseball, what's your first thought that comes to mind there?
Well, first of all, does your tinfoil hat have a propeller on top of it? Because that would be cool.
Well, obviously, yeah, I go for style.
If you go tinfoil hat with propeller,
yeah,
and your Star Wars shirt
I'm
on,
fashionable.
Dude, now we're talking. You could be a GM. Like you could be a modern day general manager of a Major League Baseball team.
I'll take Farhan's job.
That's called collusion. What you just mentioned. If GMs are texting each other saying you hold out, you can't do that, and they're not doing that. What's going on right now is Boras is just like wait, and if you keep waiting, you're going to get the most amount of money because teams are going to get desperate and they want you. My take on this is, for those 4 guys that have Scott Boras as their agent, and I got to be careful here because one of them could become a Giant, but you're lucky to be a Major League Baseball player. You should be itching to get to big league camp and be part of whatever team you're going to be a part of. And the fact that you're sitting at home and your potential new teammates are already practicing and busting their ass on a daily basis and getting ready for a 162-game campaign, and you're holding out because Scott Boras is telling you to, get off your ass and go play baseball. An extra $1 million here or $2 million there, in the big scheme of things, when you're all said and done, isn't going to make or break you. So if you're holding out for another year here or money there, do I understand that it is a privilege to play 6 years in the big leagues and to be good enough to where you are a free agent and that people actually want you? Most of the average Major League career lasts 3 or 4 years. And to get to that 6-year point and to finally get to stick it to the man, as they say, I get that. But when you think you're that important to hold out from camp and miss time because you want to get the most money, I don't get that. I can't wrap my head around that. There's millions of minor leaguers that are just dying for a chance to play at that level. There's millions of major leaguers that could not wait to get to spring training, to compete, to get in shape for what they think is a championship season. And for you to sit at home while other teams are there, I lost a lot of respect for all these guys. Like, I understand what they're doing. I understand that it is a business. But if you're going to hold out and not be there and kind of hold owners hostage and GMs hostage when I think you should be playing for other reasons than an extra million or two or whatever it is, I don't get that. Maybe that's an old school take. Maybe I'm being old fashioned.
No, it's interesting.
I've lost a lot of respect for these guys.
That's interesting.
Not that they care about whether I
No. Well, I'm kind of interested because I wonder if, there's guys in the Giants clubhouse who are seeing this standoff going on. And, the Giants, they've been linked to Matt Chapman all off season, ever since that Bob Melvin was hired.
Sign your contract, get in a uniform.
Like, are they look at that as just like, well, if he's, kind of wishy-washy on wanting to come here, despite, what we believe to be a great setup here with the Giants and a great manager here in Bob Melvin, who he's already comfortable with. If you're one of the guys in that clubhouse, I'm curious, like, the way you're saying it right there, are they kind of looking at Matt Chapman side-eyed and just being like, you know what, if he wants to hold out, that's fine. We don't need him. Let him do his own thing. Like,
I doubt it. I think, Sam, that I'd be in the minority in this take. I think most major leaguers now in that generation would be like, we understand it's a business. But I also understand that I want the guy that I'm competing with for 6 months and 162 games to be there right now. Because spring training, whatever you think about, is when you form bonds. That's when you form bonds with your new teammates. You see what the clubhouse chemistry is going to be like. Like, everybody's happy in spring training, right? It's a fun time for everybody. What is your team going to be like when you lose 9 out of 10? Like, everybody's super excited about a campaign right now, but like you start to get to formulate ties with guys. Like, who's the guy I'm going to hang with? Who's the guy I'm going to have beers with? Who's the guy that looks like he's going to be a good teammate? And you start to form bonds right now in spring training. And if somebody comes in late, and now that kind of throws a wrinkle into things. And I know it's a game of turnover, and you get used to that. But I want the guys that I'm going to battle with there right now. I don't want them to jump in. And I don't know. Here's the thing: the whole business side of sports, I hate. The whole business side of baseball, I hate. I had an agent, he's calling the team, he's calling me, they're giving you this, they're offering you that. I hate it. The whole players association and the union thing, I hate it. I just wanted to wind me up, put me between the lines, let me compete, let me try to win a game, let me beat you, and let me play the game that I grew up loving. But when it starts to get to all this business side of things, it's just a turnoff for me. It's still a turnoff for me, no matter what sport it is.
Yeah, I understand. No one really cares about it, though. I mean, the fans don't really no one cares about the money battles. Sorry to cut you off there, but I'm kind of like you. The money, I don't care about it. I don't care what you're making or anything like that. Like, I do I want to see guys suit up on the field. I guess my kind of concern there, if we're gonna have one, in regards to when these guys do show up. We mentioned earlier in the show Nick Bosa missing training camp and how that kind of set him back for the entire year. That was based off kind of what you had said one time on this show. At what point with these guys is it too late for them when they show up to camp? Like, is there a too late to show up to camp to where, like, let's say, this kind of song and dance goes until like the second week of March, arbitrary dates I'm gonna throw out there. And then that's when the Giants sign Matt Chapman. Is that like, you're almost a month into camp at that point. How far behind the 8 ball are guys going to be in that situation if they're coming into camp that late? I remember, Bryce Harper, when he signed with the Phillies, I think he signed right at the beginning of March as well. So, I mean, there is kind of precedent for it taking that long. Is that a thing, or am I making too much out of nothing there?
Well, it could be a thing. It's a player-by-player basis on how you get ready for a season. The one thing I would say that sucks about that, Sam, is what if you're like a AAA kid and you're balling out and you're having the best camp ever, and the media's coming up to you, and it's just like your manager talks about you every day in the press conference, you're hitting 450, you've hit 4 home runs in the first 8 games. It looks like there's a need for you, and you're about to make the team. And you're thinking about making the team, and your family's calling you, and here's my big opportunity because I'm leading the Cactus League in hitting. And all of a sudden, they sign this guy. And now, whatever you did, well, maybe you open some eyes, and there's a face with the name, but whatever you did it doesn't matter because this guy's got your job, the free agent, and now you're going back to Sacramento or whatever it is.
And obviously the guy who'd probably be, again, if we're focusing on Matt Chapman here, the guy who that means the most for right now is J.D. Davis when it comes to the Giants. Right now, he's probably slated to be the Giants' opening day third baseman. Obviously, maybe depends on kind of what goes on with Wilmer Flores, too, if they decide to play him at third base as well. But right now, J.D. Davis is probably your third base, third base one. I mean, if we did like quarterback one. He is your starting third baseman right now. And honestly, if that is the case going into the year, I have a lot of friends who text me, keep making more signings. I need to bring someone in, bring in Matt Chapman. Honestly, I'm totally content with going into the season with J.D. Davis as the Giants' primary third baseman. There's a lot that I liked what he did at the plate last year. I know he had an ankle injury. I think it was in mid-June that kind of derailed his season. And he had moments where you saw that swing and how good it was. And I saw enough. The defensive metrics didn't like him a ton last year. Again, maybe the ankle injury was a part of that. But I've seen enough for J.D. Davis on defense to where, the work he puts in before the games and the work he does in the games, I'm totally content with his glove at third base. He was a borderline all-star candidate in the first half last year, FP. And I'm bullish on J.D. Davis, not just because he's come on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, but because I like what I see from the guy. He's got a good swing. He's a solid baseball player who can handle that hot corner.
Yeah, he played a little more than he ever played before last year, and he ran out of gas down the stretch. I think a couple of guys ran out of gas down the stretch. So maybe he knew how to prepare himself a little bit differently this year. Not better, not worse, but differently based on the amount of time he got last year. But I don't think you give up on Casey Schmidt at third base either. No. Like, if that's your future, that guy's going to play at third more for me than J.D. Davis. Maybe J.D. initially, and Casey might play some shortstop based on what happens with Luciano too. But I'm not giving up on the kid at third base. I think Casey Schmidt's a Gold Glove defender. He's going to win a number of Gold Gloves if he can command the strike zone a little bit better and just maybe take a Xanax before a game every now and then and just relax at home plate when he's hitting. He might command the strike zone a little bit better. But I'm a big Casey Schmidt fan. I think he's going to be a good major leaguer. Very nice guy. Another alumni of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. He was a fun one to chat with when I had him on the pod, especially at the end. If you go back and listen to this pod, it was back in July or something, or June. It was right after he got called up. And we're doing it. He says I got about 10, 15 minutes for you. So we're doing the interview on the side next to the dugout. And then out of nowhere, 10 minutes in, and I'm trying to wrap it up. He's like, "Oh, wait, I gotta go," and then he just takes off in the middle of a question I'm asking him. And it's like, "All right, it's Casey Schmidt, everybody, Garlic Fries Baseball Guys." Did you piss him off? No, I think he had to get to a hitters meeting. And he's a rookie and he can't be late. And so I just thought it was kind of funny how we're having a good conversation. "Oh, I got to go be a baseball player. Bye." And he just kind of took off. He's a very fun, loose guy. We've chatted a lot in the clubhouse. Not a lot, but a few times in the clubhouse last year. Found him very enjoyable to talk with. Thank you very much. I agree with you. I like Casey Schmidt a lot. Like you can bring. For me, it's obvious with him. It's the bat. The nickname I saw for him last year was Chasey Schmidt because he's always going low and away on those pitches there. Love to see, which is tough because his sweet spot in the zone is that low corner, that low outside corner. But pitchers figured out that if you go a little bit outside that low outside zone, you can get him to chase there, and it's all she wrote there. So get the bat to be a little bit more consistent. The defense is there. I've always said with Casey Schmidt, if you could give me a career arc similar to Brandon Crawford, that's great. I'll take that all day long. Brandon Crawford was never known for his bat when he came up. He was a very soft-hitting shortstop, but he had a glove that was good enough to keep him in the lineup every day. And that's what I see with Casey Schmidt. That glove is good enough to keep him on the big league roster and keep him in the lineup. And then it's just a matter of how you bring the bat around with him. And that, I think, that's going to be the big thing that you obviously need to keep your eye on with him going into this spring training and this season. I like the staff. I like the fact that you have depth in your starting rotation. I like the fact that Bob Melvin and Farhan are going to disagree on things, and it's not going to be just one way, and we're going to do it this way. There's going to be pushback, and they've talked about that publicly, and it's going to be healthy give and take. So when you're talking about when Robbie Ray gets healthy, and Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison and Alex Cobb, and maybe a Tristan Beck in there, Logan Webb, obviously. And I mean, that's a decent starting rotation. And you win with pitching and defense. That's how you win around here. My biggest concerns going into the season aren't the bullpen, aren't the starting rotation, are Patrick Bailey, and to see if he can repeat what he did last year. Was he a flash in the pan? Is he a legitimate all-star candidate type catcher? Is he up there with a JT Realmuto? He put on 25 pounds. 25 pounds is 25 pounds. Whether it's muscle, whether it's fat, I don't know. But 25 pounds is a lot more to carry. You don't put on 25 pounds because you want to be more durable in a season. That's a lot of weight on your joints, regardless of his muscle or whatever. That concerns me because his mobility and his agility behind the plate, his ability to block pitches, his speed and quickness on release and snap throws behind, all of that, his flexibility to me and his athletic ability behind the plate were the things that were most impressive. If you put on 25 pounds in any sport, your athletic ability is going to be compromised. It is. So does he deflate in spring training? Does he lose 10 pounds? Is he right at his perfect weight when opening day comes? I don't know. It's a big concern for me. It's a big, big concern for me. The other concern is the shortstop position. It's the anchor of the infield. You're the captain. We were so used to the greatest shortstop in Giants history in Brandon Crawford. He's not there anymore. So when you're asking a kid in Luciano that was born in 2001 to be your shortstop, or if you're asking a kid in Casey Schmidt who's born 1999 to be your shortstop, that's the position for me. That's the most important position defensively on the diamond besides catcher. So these two positions are my biggest concerns going into the season. I know there's other options at catcher. Tom Murphy, Blake Sable can play. I don't know what they're going to do with Joey Bart. But those are the storylines that when I go to Scottsdale, I'm going to lock in on. The shortstop position, the catcher position.
Yeah, let's maybe start the catching position there because, when Bailey got to the big leagues last year, one thing I remember is he was doing a lot of things that you just didn't really see him doing at the minor league level, especially if it was his hitting from the right side. I think he was not that great hitting from the right side in the minor leagues. Then he gets up to the big leagues and he's hitting great from the right side. I don't think that's something that you see happen very often where I don't know. I mean, how often do you see a guy kind of get to the big leagues and he's doing something that he's never done in the minor leagues before in the way Bailey was? Is there ever a situation where a guy just kind of gets up and he was asked about this a lot and his response always just kind of like a form of like, just putting in the work, figuring out something, just kind of clicking, stuff like that. But when something like that happens where, he never had that success hitting from the right side, then he gets up to the big leagues and he does. Is that something where you're like, do you look at that as like a flash in the pan type deal? Or do you look at that as maybe you do have more hitting chops from that side of the plate? Let's see how we can keep developing that.
Well, there's a lot of ways I could go with that. As a former switch hitter, you get streaky on each sides of the plate. You have multiple personalities. You got your left-handed personality, your right-handed personality. And sometimes if you're facing a lot of righties, your left-handed swing is locked in and you don't see many lefties, your right-handed swing suffers. And it gets into, if you're left-handed in the minor leagues and you can pitch, you're in the big leagues. So he probably didn't have as many right-handed at-bats because the good left-handers are in the major leagues.
That makes sense. Okay.
If you have a pulse and you throw strikes as a lefty, you're on the fast track to the big leagues.
Okay.
So his right-handed swing was probably neglected a little bit at the minor league level. I always thought, and I'm living proof of it sitting across from you, that it was easier to play in the big leagues. I was a better big leaguer than I was a minor leaguer.
Really? How so?
The conditions are better. The backdrops are better. The equipment is better. Your bats are better. You have everything at your fingertips to be successful. The cages, the food, the travel. Pitchers are around the plate more. It's not like it's a grenade launcher or a snowball fight where a guy's throwing one over your head, a guy's throwing one at you, and then he paints the black. In the big leagues, guys are around the plate. The strike zone is smaller in the big leagues than it is the minor leagues, or it was back in the day. So I would take a pitch and be like, oh, I'm 0-1, and the umpire would say ball, and I went, whoa, that was a ball? That was such a strike for 7 years in the minor leagues. So based on the lighting, the background, the I guess everything at my fingertips that I needed to be successful, the weight room, the cages, the coaches, way more coaches, the trainers, the treatment that you get on injuries, everything to me, the stadiums, the playing surface, the infield that I had to field ground balls on, it was way easier to play in the big leagues than the minor leagues. So when I got to the big leagues and had a great rookie season, people were asking me like, wow, he didn't hit like this in the minor leagues. I could go up there and be aggressive because I knew the guys were going to throw strikes. I could see the rotation and the seams on the baseball because it wasn't a small fence in center field with trees that were dead from the winter that hadn't bloomed their leaves yet early in the spring, and I couldn't pick up the baseball. The batting eyes are like 27 garage doors that are painted black, and the ball's coming out of that. And the lighting is the best lighting in the world. The conditions are the best conditions in the world. Games got canceled if it's sprinkled. You didn't have to play in a muddy field. Like, everything about the major leagues is better than the minor leagues, and it's conducive to success if mentally you can handle it. If mentally you can wrap your head around that, you're playing on a big stage and bright lights and there's cameras in every camera well, you're on TV every night, you're playing in front of 50,000 people, you're playing against the best players on the planet, you're playing for a chance to set up generations of your family, you're playing for a chance to change your life. If you can get through all the mental hurdles that there is, like maybe playing Sunday in a major on the PGA Tour, if you can get through that and keep your blinders on and stay focused and realize it's the same game you played your whole life and be successful up there, nothing that Patrick Bailey did that was better than the minor league shocked me, because I was a way better player at the major league level than I was at the minor league level.
Interesting. That's honestly never something I even considered there, because my thought would be, once you get to the big leagues, you have, you're going against better talent. The pitching you're going to see at the big league level is obviously going to be better than the pitcher you're seeing at the minor league level. But no, that takes it a whole different direction, and I kind of like that. And I like it because it kind of tracks with what we saw from Bailey last year. And you talk about the mental aspect of it. One thing I really do like about Patrick Bailey is he really does kind of have the kind of reserve mentality that I like to see in a young baseball player. He really does. He seems to have his head on straight, knows what he needs to do to put the work in, get better. He's got all the resources to do it.
Dude, 25 pounds is.
I know, but then to come back that 25 pounds.
And he said 25 pounds.
Yeah,
he said 25,
which means I know
it's Susan Slusser.
Yeah, so like when guys report the weight they've put on, are they more likely to, embellish the weight? Like I put on 25 pounds when he put on 20. Or is it going to be a lower number? I put on 25 pounds when really the number's closer to 30 or 35.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I got to be boots on the ground, dude. Yeah. I'm going down there in a couple of weeks. I'll report to you guys. I'll do live updates from Scottsdale.
No, we'll definitely have.
If you guys care.
Yeah, no, 95.7 The Game Giants insider FP Santangelo join the Morning Roast. We'll definitely be saying that at some point in the future. You said the other thing that you're kind of keeping your eyes on. I'm kind of curious with Giants fans here is spring training's kicking off here. What do you have your eye on right now? 888-957-9570. What do you have your eye on right now regarding the Giants here in the first week of full squad spring workouts? Is it, the rather larger Patrick Bailey? Is it the situation at shortstop? That's what FP has his eye on. Me personally, I'm going to have my eye on the pitching rotation. FP, you said you really like the pitching rotation a lot. I'm a little up in the air with it right now. Maybe it's, do you have your eye on the free agent market? Are you going to be waiting for the Giants to sign one of those Boris 4? If so, which of those 4 would you want? So definitely Giants fans want to hear from you. This is your time. Chime in 888-957-9570. What do you have your eye on? I said the pitching FP. I want to talk about the shortstop position really quick. I'm very excited to see Marco Luciano this year. When Bonte and I went to Farhan's end of the year presser last year after he had fired Gabe Kapler, it was 35 very brutal minutes that Farhan had to go through facing the volley of questions that we threw at him. The one question that he did ask that was not about, the team's direction or the managing situation or anything like that, was about Luciano. And he said that we are going into next season with Luciano as our opening day shortstop. That is the expectation. I thought that was, it caught my attention right away because moving off of Brandon Crawford right on to Marco Luciano, I like seeing that. It's that next era. It felt like that official next era of Giants baseball is finally getting underway now that they're committing to Marco Luciano. But then again, we were talking about
committed to David VR last year in spring training.
Well, you're now you at one point earlier in the show you kind of expressed some skepticisms on Luciano. What has you skeptical about Marco Luciano, or are you skeptical about Marco Luciano? If I'm putting words in your mouth,
I haven't seen enough of him to have 100% take. The little I've seen, I'm not sure he's a defensive major league shortstop.
Yeah,
and I think he's got pop. I think he plays the game the right way, but I have to see more of him. I'm not sure he's the answer at shortstop as we speak. I think he could prove me wrong, but we'll see. I think Casey Schmidt might be your shortstop, maybe more than Luciano. But like I said, I would feel more comfortable if they had like a veteran kind of safety net there, just in case.
I know. I've seen them
like a Marco Scudero, for example.
Yeah, I've seen Willy Adames' name popped up on trade rumors.
I love Willy Adames. He's supposed to be a great teammate, great clubhouse guy. Everybody loves that dude. Yeah. He's an energy guy. He's a spark guy. This team needs a guy like Willy Adames.
But would that be a thing? It's like, My only thing is if you bring in a Willy Adames, does that kind of create a situation where Luciano might be losing at bats that he should be getting to a more veteran presence? Like I've seen, a Brandon Crawford reunion tossed around in some places, but the rebuttal to that is that would not be fair to Marco Luciano, to where if he's trying to establish himself as an everyday shortstop at the big league level, to have the fan favorite breathing down your neck the entire time. Like,
it wasn't fair to Drew Bledsoe to be benched for Tom Brady either.
Sports are not fair. That is true.
It's not fair.
I was a big fan of the Dems the breaks take. We get away from that too often.
Dude, if you guys missed it and it's still on my brain today, when you watch a show and it's still on your brain the whole next day, like the Dynasty, it's on Apple TV that chronicles the Patriots. I mean, it's sit down.
You're selling it to me.
It's sit down one-on-ones with Brady and Belichick.
I really wish I had Apple TV.
And they're talking about how this whole thing developed. You just go on and get the free trial, and then don't forget to cancel it. That's what I do on things, but I forget to cancel it.
Yeah, see, I don't. My thing is, if I go on, I do the free trial, and then I get through it. I mean, I've done free trials before. I once binge watched the entirety Game of Thrones from episode 1 to the final episode, all in 1 week off a free trial of HBO Go. During the pandemic, one of my more, proud of pandemic binge performances. So I've done that before, and I literally finished the show right before the trial was up, with like hours to go. So that was...
So do it then.
I've done it before. But then if there's like another show that comes out later on...
The other recommendation I'll give you is watch Saltburn.
There's too many movies and shows
you got to watch Saltburn. You have to watch Saltburn. It's one of the better movies I've seen in a long time.
What I do is the uber millennial thing, which is you find friends who have certain streaming services, then you have your streaming, then you start password swapping. Yeah. Like I always, when I got Disney Plus, I was like, that's like real currency right there. When you got that Disney Plus password to trade with people. So maybe that's just what I got to do. I just got to get on a friend's Apple TV plan and start watching these there.
Do you watch cartoons on Disney Plus? What do you have Disney Plus for?
Oh, I mean, I got all the Marvel stuff, all the cartoon stuff. Right. I mean, I love the Disney movies too. Yeah. I really got into the one I probably watched the most is the animated Spider-Man series on Disney Plus. I loved that show as a kid. That was like one of my favorite. That and the Batman animated series. Those were like two of my favorite cartoons growing up as a kid. And I watch all the Disney classics.
All right.
I grew up on Disney.
You're young enough.
Oh yeah, no, I love Disney. All the animated ones, all the new ones. It's Disney's great. It's magical. It's why we get into it. And of course, the Marvel shows, all the Phase 4 stuff, and how disappointing all those. Do you get into Marvel movies at all?
No, but I have a friend who's on one of the shows. So yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Which
there's an NDA that
okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, can we do a water drop? There's an NDA.
Yeah. There's an NDA.
We've never run it. This is an unprecedented situation here.
I swore in the NDA that I wouldn't say anything.
All right. Well, then let's move off this right now. Instead, I would rather hear from Anthony in Daly City, who wants to chip in on who the Giants should add here in spring training. Anthony in Daly City, what do you got?
What's up, guys? Morning. How's it going?
It's going good, man.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I feel like this whole Boras situation, I mean, no one has blinked yet. But to be honest with you, if we were about to drop on Correa almost $300 million, I think we should drop maybe not $200 million on Cody, but like $190, $180 on Cody, because he can play almost every position, first base, center field, any field out there. And I think Matt Chapman would be okay, but we'd rather have a younger guy on our team, and he's almost about to be in his 30s, but we still have maybe 2 years left with him to be actually pretty good.
Yeah. It's a good point there, Anthony. I guess, if you had to pick one of those final four, Snell, Montgomery, Chapman, Bellinger, I'm going to put you in the GM chair, FP. You got to close the deal with one of those four. Who are you trying to go after there?
I like Bellinger, man. I've always liked Cody. I like the way he plays. I think he's very versatile defensively. He can play all three outfields. He can play first base. Plays a really good first base too.
Yeah,
and not like he just stands there. And I always said that the Giants have sacked. The Giants have complained about their defense the last couple of years, but they're putting guys in positions that they never play. So you can't ask a guy to go over and play first once a month, and then he makes an error and to get mad about your defense. Like there's playing a position, there's standing at a position. Over the last couple of years, I feel like the Giants have had guys standing at positions and not playing them, or or being comfortable playing that position. If you want to be better at defense, you sign guys that play a position, you leave them at that position, and you watch them flourish at that position. But if you're constantly sacrificing defense for offense and you're manipulating the lineup to have the best matchups offensively on a given night, then you can't sit there and say, like, we have to get better defensively. As a former utility player, I know how much hard work it takes to play all these different positions. I know how much ability it takes to play all these positions. I also know that you have to have the right mindset to be open to playing these different positions and be okay with being a sixth man and coming off the bench, or being okay with being a utility player when you used to be an everyday player at one position. So there's so much that goes into this. And I would love to see Cody. Cody Bellinger seems like he has changed. And I don't know what the change was. I'm not going to speculate.
Yeah, I guess that's the other.
I don't know what the change was. If you Google him and you go on the internet, there's a lot of talk about things that I don't know if they're true or not. But it seems like he's a lot more, I guess, for lack of a better term, focused than he used to be.
Yeah, I guess that's the other question: is how much do you kind of believe that the bounce back season that he had in Chicago last year was legitimate? And my biggest fear with Bellinger is, I still want to see him signed, and he gets that big contract, he gets that big money, and it's just like, all right, I got my payday. You know, he'll be good for a year, maybe two, and then it's the last few years of that contract where we're agonizing over it. I do like Bellinger a lot, though, because, yeah, the defense was always there for him. Even when he was struggling at the plate, he was still a plus defender, and the Giants could absolutely use plus defenders. I think his presence in the lineup would be huge, because you would have an outfield of, basically it would allow you to put Yastrzemski and Austin Slater on the bench and have them be your number 4 and number 5 outfielders, which is, I think, what they're both better suited for. I know the Giants, they keep trying to hammer this platoon of Austin Slater and Mike Yastrzemski, and on paper, like, they do add together as a good baseball player when you mix them together. You know, Slater, he's the lefty masher. Yaz, he does really good against righties. The problem is, though, baseball is really good at taking your best laid plans and chewing them up into a pulp and spitting them out and laughing at you as a result. One of those guys gets banged up, and now you're putting, you know, Yastrzemski in against lefties too much, or Slater's getting too much run against righties. Guy like Cody Bellinger, though, who could both, you know, kind of blast through those splits like that, it takes away all the complications of it.
You talk about,
just make it simple.
You talk about platoons and splits, and I just get like triggered.
Exactly. So like get a guy like Cody Bellinger, and you don't have to get triggered anymore, because Yaz and Slater, they could be the guys off the bench that they are better suited to be. You're saying out of those final 4, for me, I would like to see them go after Jordan Montgomery of those final 4, only because I would like to see a little bit more depth in the pitching staff. You're not going to get Robbie Ray back until the second half. You're not going to get Alex Cobb back till the first month, and he's going to need a ramp-up time. Jordan Hicks they want him to start. He's only made it 5 innings once in his career, FP, and that was last year against the Giants. So there's question marks in that rotation. That's before you get to the younger guys, the Wisenhunts, the Tristan Beck, Kyle Harrison, Hayden Burnsong and Mason Black. I like both of those guys. I like Mason Black a lot. I think he's got some good accuracy that could serve well at the big league level, but I think they're both still a ways away. I need more guys who I can depend on in this rotation, because if you can get through the first half of the season and stay roughly within playoff contention or 5 games of a playoff spot, if guys come back and everyone's healthy, if you have a rotation of Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb, and Jordan Montgomery, and then, you know, we'll see what's going on with Harrison or Wisenhunt or Beck. Well, along with this bullpen you have, if you move Jordan Hicks into the back of that bullpen, you have a scary good pitching staff that can carry you through the entire second half of the season. If you're feeling hot going into the playoffs, you know, we've seen the Phillies and the Diamondbacks the last 2 years as the 6th seed. They get hot in September, and then they end up rolling deep into October. There's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts that need to go right here before we hit Fast 5. But if all those things hit for the Giants, it could be a very, very entertaining second half.
Dude, I love your optimism. Let's go.
Yeah.
Giddy up. The one thing I would say, not to be a pessimist, is they're in the best division in baseball.
Yeah.
With 3 really good teams besides them.
It really is. I know. And unfortunately, half of the strategy I feel this year is just hoping that half the people in the Dodgers just forget how you play baseball, and then they just tank, but that's not going to happen. What is going to happen, though, is the Xfinity Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right, it is our Fast Five where we get off our last takes and thoughts of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. The future is starting now. My final thought, FP. College football has officially approved the expanding the playoffs to a 12-team format. And my final thought there is that is awesome. I can't wait to not see Miami in that playoff, because why would that give me any hope whatsoever?
Dude, the glory days are gone with the Canes. I'm sorry to say.
And Mario, we trust.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Can't even beat Rutgers.
Once they didn't kneel on the ball and fumbled and lost to Georgia Tech, you lost me, bro. I guess my final thoughts are great job today, Sam. It's their first time ever driving a...
More about what Lucas's final thought is, though. Lucas, what's your final thought?
Thanks for asking me, Sam. Happy to be here. Happy to have my final thought heard. You guys just have me fired up for baseball season. I was just thinking about opening day, and there's something so special about opening day for baseball. When you think about, basketball season coming out of nowhere and starting football season, there's just something special about baseball season. The sights, the sounds, the smells of being out at the ballpark. Really any ballpark, Little League all the way up to major leagues. Just everything that comes with baseball season. It's almost March, and that means it's almost baseball season. So my final thought is that I'm just excited for all that baseball brings. And it means summer's right around the corner.
Well said, dude. Hear, hear.
Baseball is the official start of spring. That is the Xfinity Fast Five. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. That is the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now with Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Catch you on the next one, everybody.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, every once in a while, you get a break. You do the right thing and it pays off. Goo, I leave the show yesterday. I'm a little achy. Walk in the rain. 6 blocks to get the car. I'm on my way home. I get a call from my good friend Dana. Uh-huh. Hey, what are you doing? Dana Ali. Said, I'm on my way home. He was just saying, meet out. Let's go meet out. No, you needed to go rest. I said, well, I gotta go home. Went home, got into bed at about 3:45, and just laid around all night, slept. Was it good sleep? Because you look rejuvenated. I feel so much better today. Your eyes, you're ready. I see it. Some medicine. There you go. A lot of sleep. I feel I'm back. That's what I'm talking about. What's on your mind, baby? What's on my mind? I got some good rest, too. That's good. Yeah. Why? I fell asleep to Gonzaga and USF. Oh. Yeah, and then I didn't wake up. Didn't have to use a restroom during the night. St. Mary's. Played USF. Well, yeah, thank you, Evan. Gonzaga is a team from the Pacific Northwest. They've had a lot of national success. And St. Mary's has been a solid program. USF. Back on the right. Who's coaching USF now? Not Todd Golden. Evan. Who's USF's coach right now? Hoops. Not Todd Golden.
No, he gone.
Yeah, he's
Florida.
Let me tell you who's still at 49er USF. Frank will be mad that I don't know who's coaching USF. I don't know, Frankie. Guru. Yeah, they bothered me yesterday. Right now, I could just say 8 colleges. You wouldn't know who coaches any of them. And I wouldn't be ashamed. Well, then why are you ashamed you don't know who USF is?
Michael Plank.
Oh, Planky. Michael. Come on, take that for data. Planky, yeah. Hey, Golden State Warriors second half of the season starts tomorrow, and prime time, TNT. I don't know if it's coincidentally or coincidentally.
Chris Gerlofson.
Well, who's Planky?
He's the assistant coach.
Not for long. Furlbine better get his act together. What's his Girlbine? Anyway, USF's program's on the rise. They lost by 4. Spread was 6. Who coaches Tennessee? Oh, that's my guy with the good hair. Bruce Pearl? Yeah, Bruce Pearl. Almost. Yeah, he got the nice hair. St. John's, Patina. He should be fired. Why? How can you rip your team? You know what? Steiny and Evan are not athletic. Their lateral movement. That's what set me off like Queen Latifah over the week. How dare you? Goo, with all due respect. With your track record and what you were doing with young women? Patino pulled a guru. That I would never. Why didn't you know that? You know what he did, though? He did what you did. Before he took a hand grenade to everybody for 4 minutes, he did start it by saying, no shade, but. Oh, my goodness. So once you say no shade, but. And he had no shame. Dude, you lost your team, buddy. Good luck with that thing. Evan has no lateral movement. He's not Evan's just not athletic. He don't know how to talk to women. He just does. He's timid. He's scared. Dude, wow. And a lot of those guys he recruited. That's what was so. No, that's a problem. He got the job late, so he had to take on half the guys who had already been recruited, and he can't stand any of them. What world are we living in nowadays? It's going to be like when Kerr gets fired at the end of the year, not extended, and the new guy's going to be like, this guy Pajemski, he's terrible.
What do you think would have to happen for Steve Kerr to say, this has been the most enjoyable experience I've had?
One more Draymond suspension. No, the fact that he didn't say that during the Toronto and New Orleans games where they got booed at home, it's not going to happen. Kerr's coming back. I'm feeling good about the Dillons. We don't know that. In fact, that's the one thing that's hit me. Monty Poole at 1 p.m. today. Sweet. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Fitz tomorrow. Yeah. Been in the bag.
No, Randy Bennett's tomorrow.
We got both. We
can't have two low-level guests on one show. I love you. No, I love Randy Bennett. I love Fitz, too.
Yeah, no doubt.
Fitz is
he's a legend.
Okay, if that's the way you want to start, I'll start. You don't know Kerr's coming back. You have no idea. In fact, nobody does, and I'll tell you why. It depends on how the second half of the year goes. They have a good last 29 games. Maybe make a little noise in the postseason. Yeah, they could be back.
Well, I'll tell you what. To that,
I'm just listening to Joe Lacob.
Gotcha. But if we do some guru math, the second half of the season's already technically started.
Well, you know.
I know. 41,
but in the NBA,
this 12 games after 41, which they got 29 left. So that's going good. You know, they're hot right now. And when I say hot, Steiny, you kind of could see something happening. We'll see if they can sustain
one of their last, they've won one of their last two. How hot's that?
Well, yeah. And they're one over. God, it just feels like it's a feel that I have in my stomach, Steiny. And it's not hunger. It's just, I feel like they've turned the corner. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Joe Lacob, we've got to talk about this quote because this is what's starting to hit me, and I kind of wonder why we haven't talked more about it. This is Joe Lacob on the Athletic Podcast. All right.
And you say you were going to be out of the second apron going into the off, going into next season, you will not be in the second apron.
I'll go beyond that. I'll tell you that our, plan 1 or 1A is actually we'd like to be out of the tax. And we think we have a way to do that. That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because the truth is that we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order, or below the tax line, in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's just so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you've got to look at what the downside is to doing that. So that's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players we might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. So that's kind of plan A, but there's a plan 1B, I guess, or probably 1A. And 1B is, we could go even further than that. And we could make big changes if we had to. If this team, were to go slide all the way down here and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. But if we do really well, we might decide to go the other way. So everything's open. We have to be flexible. I can just tell you that the goal is to not be a lottery team ever. The goal is to be competitive. The goal is to win. And ideally, if it's possible, to win championships or compete for championships.
All right, that was Joe Lacob.
Damn.
To me, there are about 4 money parts of that. But this is the one. If this team were to slide all the way down and not do well at the end of the year here, there's going to be big changes. Okay. What does that mean? Does that mean the Warriors right now are 27 and 26? Yep. They're 10th. Does that mean they go up to 8, they lose a play-in game?
Oh, man.
Okay, well, Kerr ain't coming back.
Qualify.
Well, Kerr's not coming back then.
I don't know why that doesn't qualify, and I love Kerr.
Well, what would be the other big changes?
Like a player. Like, this is going to sound crazy, but either way, those words and the 6 things that you said stuck out to you. The one that sticks out to me as a Warrior fan is we're going to still be balling. We are still going to be in it, and if we lose, that will hurt. But Steiny, in a crazy world on the Guru computer, which I keep referring to, Kevin Durant was like, there's a big boy out there or some big boy out there that if it were to go bad,
they have no money.
They would try to go get. But they could make some money. They could create some money.
No, they couldn't. No, they can't.
With a trade, Steiny. There could be a trade.
They got to take money back. Are you chewing gum?
Yeah, I got a little big red.
Does the boss know?
Why are you snitching?
Well,
they couldn't hear on air. I had it under my tongue like chew. Shout out FP. But come on,
if this team were to slide all the way down and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes.
Yeah.
If this team doesn't make it out of the play-in, I'll say it this way. How do you bring Steve Kerr back? Let's start with Steve Kerr. How do you bring Steve Kerr back if you finish 42 and 40 and you get beat in the play-in? And then what do you do with Klay at that point? What does Klay's future depend on? The team or how he plays?
or their relationship. It may not depend. It may already be cemented, Stoney. It's just about how much he wants to take to stay. Joe Lacob is fond of him just like he is a Draymond Green. So I believe what Klay has meant, that means something. So I don't think he's going anywhere. But Stoney, I also follow that up with, I could see him going somewhere. Him wanting to say, I want a fresh start. But the fact that Joe Lacob just basically told the masses, Stoney, we're never, ever gonna break this thing down or start over or try to go to the lottery. That's what I love too. Like that energy and zest is.
That doesn't guarantee it's going to happen.
And I was just going to say that. But the fact
is,
you
say you were going to be out of the second apron going into going into next season. You will not be in the second
I'll
apron.
go beyond that. I'll tell you that our plan 1 or 1A is actually we'd like to be out of the tax.
Out of the
we
tax.
think we have a way to do that.
We got to cut payroll.
That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because
there's more flexibility.
The truth is that we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order, or below the tax line, in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's just so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you got to look at what the downside is to doing that. So that's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players we might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. So that's kind of plan A, but there's a plan 1B, I guess, or probably 1A. And 1B is, we could go even further than that, and we could make big changes if we had to. If this team, were to go slide all the way down here and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. But if,
so there it is.
And Chris Paul probably is Calipari.
The bottom line is the next month and a half is going to determine whether this team keeps it together or not. That's what I'm hearing with Joe Lacob.
I wouldn't fight you on that.
Because, that's exactly what he said. He said, it's fluid. If we do well, there's a way we can get under the apron, keep everybody, or keep some guys, and bring them back at another number. Okay, but if it goes south, big changes.
Which can be good, though. Big changes could be, like I said, Stoney, I don't have that intel on who would be moved, traded, or whatnot, but it would be explored. But you don't want to deal with that immediate pain of big changes are coming because you kind of went south.
Well, that's why they would get big changes.
Yeah.
That's why they would make big changes. If this is fool's gold.
I don't believe it is.
Well, I don't know if it is or it isn't, to tell you the truth.
We're about to find out.
If you look at it realistically, they're still one injury away from big changes. One injury and a stumble to the finish. Yeah. 888-957-9570. The more I've listened, and I'll tell you what, I know how Goo is when he goes, Stoney, I rewatched the game. Okay, we'll take his word for it.
Yeah, Super Bowl 4 times.
Okay. You know how many times I've listened to the Lacob quotes now? Probably 8.
Wow.
And I am totally convinced that the next 6-8 weeks, they're going to determine what this team does.
Kerr's future is on your list.
If they don't, I'll just say it this way, just to pick an arbitrary thing. If they don't win a playoff series, I don't think Steve Kerr's back. If they don't win a playoff series, I don't think Klay Thompson's back.
Damn.
If they don't win a playoff series, then I think Draymond Green's fair game and Wiggins is fair game and Looney's fair game. That's what I'm hearing from Joe Lacob. I feel like he's been thinking, not necessarily we've kicked the can down the road, but we were, we got to the second round last year. We're struggling a little bit this year. I'm willing to give these guys the benefit of the doubt, so I'm going to give them to the end of the year. But I don't think you can think for 1 minute that if the Warriors don't win a playoff series, that they're not going to make huge changes. Tell me if you disagree with me at 888-957-9570. And that's kind of the way I look at it, Goo. And let me just throw this at you. To me, if the Warriors go further than last year, even if they get to the second round and are more competitive, that could be more status quo. If the Golden State Warriors win a round and then lose in the second round, I'm not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
If the Warriors lose in the first round of the playoffs to Oklahoma City or Denver or somebody like that, how can you bring Kerr back and re-sign Klay Thompson and say, let's do it again? That to me is the opposite of what Joe Lacob is all about. He talked all through that interview about how we have an aggressive culture. That works both ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how Warrior fans are thinking, but the more I think about it, the more I think the second half of the season, it's going to dictate the futures of a half dozen players, maybe, and a coach.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not mad at anything you said, but again, I just can't. In that interview with Cal Kami, Donnie, Joe Lacob just blew me away, and he blew me away in the sense that relationships that he's created, the winning, this culture, it means something to him. And he stated what Draymond Green meant to him and why he was re-signed. And, you know, just right now, he talked about it. Most likely he's going to retire a Warrior. Steiny, I'm just having trouble, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
That.
Well, he said it.
Who?
Joe Lacob said he sees Draymond Green retiring a Warrior.
Well,
and he's a brother.
Okay.
I got you. So just me taking him for his word, I don't know how to, and I'm not saying anybody that says, Guru, this is not on the table, that Klay and Kerr are not right there with Draymond. I'm now more leaning towards, regardless what happens, Steiny, those guys won't be ran. Now, Klay it might be a mutual thing with Klay.
Guru,
but
why don't you sit over there and just say, I believe Joe Lacob is lying. He said, if we're to slide all the way down and not do well at the end of the year, you know there's going to be big changes. So you don't believe him.
No, Klay Thompson, now I got to be careful here. I believe it could be a mutual parting to where
That's fine.
So
it's still a big
he
change.
wouldn't get blamed for them. I don't believe Klay Thompson would be blamed, and the fallout would be, we didn't win a round. Klay, you got to go. It's one of those things to where what Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson have meant to this Warrior team may supersede the immediate impact or disappointment of them being ran or losing in the play-in. I could be wrong, but I think that Draymond Green's 4-400 to me is so symbolic that Lacob is a killer, but Steiny, there is an emotional attachment, and I'm just wondering, even if they were to flame out or lose in the first round in the playoff series, I believe I could see Kerr coming back.
Well, that's not what Joe Lacob just said. Not specifically about Kerr.
I'm just telling you that's how me reading it
and here's the other
that
thing.
whole
Here's the other
interview.
thing. Here's the other thing that I hear.
Where I'm at.
If we don't do well in the postseason, we don't make noise, there's going to be big changes. Draymond Green could be a big change. They'll move off Draymond. If they don't win a playoff series, why would you? Well, Draymond's going to be here for life. Why would you say that if you can't win a first-round series right now and he's 35 years old or whatever he is? Like, to me, and I'm being dead serious, because I think Joe Lacob's honest most of the time.
Yeah.
What I heard was, let's see how this year ends up, and it will dictate how we move forward. We do pretty well. I think Steve will come back. We'll try to get Klay back at a nice number. And then maybe we'll try to tinker some more around the edges, because at that point, at least we won a playoff series, and we know that there might only be 8 teams better than us, and how can we leapfrog those guys in the offseason? If the Warriors finish 42-40 and lose in a play-in or get beat in the first round, to me, Joe Lacob is saying all bets are off at that point. And I do not think we can underestimate the businessman part of Joe Lacob. I mean, I am not extending or re-signing Klay Thompson if he's not going to help us get better next year, either by taking half as much money or by being a better player than he was this year. Like, you're not paying Klay, right? If this is who Klay is, it's 35-point game. If this is who Klay is, and he's like, I want $26 million a year, I mean, you got to say bye-bye at that point.
Well, what if he says, you know what, I've accepted this, if this is what's to come, this role coming off the bench, I want to be a Warrior Joe at that same dinner Draymond went to. I do wonder, Steiny. And I understand everything on the table, and you're right, it could be some heavy moves, but I just feel like before it got to that point, and again, this is all dependent on how this season ends, are you like, you know what, we maximize this year, we won a round, let's see what we got. But I don't know where Klay's mindset is at, but if you just go off of what he's been kind of saying and the nuggets he's been dropping, he kind of understands, you know what, if I could master coming off the bench, maybe we could work something out.
With all due respect to Klay, what's he saying today? I know what he said 3 days ago.
I got you.
Which was different than 7 days ago, which was different than 4 weeks ago. 888-957-9570. Did you hear the same thing I heard? Let's see what happens between now and the end of the season. And that will, like, in a way, if I'm Joe Lacob, to me, what he was saying is, you know what? I'm not really going to dictate what happens. Me, Joe Lacob, even though I'm the owner, I'm willing to let what happens between now and the end of the season dictate. If you're telling me this team can get it together, make a little noise in the postseason so that we're closer to the top 5 teams or 10 teams in the league. See, right now the Warriors are 10th.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, but they're in the bottom third, essentially, of the league. They just are.
No doubt.
They're the 20th best team.
I got something for you.
Okay, so can we use the second half of this year to prove we're closer to a top 10 team? What does that mean? Well, it means you win a round in the playoffs for sure. And then maybe you get beat. Okay, fine. At that point, you can be like, all right, how do we get back to the Western Conference Finals? It's like not that far to get back to the Western Conference Finals. If you lose in the play-in and you say, well, we're just a couple bad breaks away from getting back, you gotta blow it up.
Let me ask you this, though, about that, Steiny.
That's what he's saying.
The
That's
Warriors
what I'm
are
hearing.
10th right now, and I know we'll have Monty on, and we can run some of this by him. But I just want your thoughts right now about Kerr. How much of them being 10th is on him? Because I look at Jonathan Kuminga's growth. I look at Podziemski hitting the ground running. I'm asking you right now, point blank range, how much do you put at Kerr's doorstep that the Warriors are 10th? Like, I feel like there's been a metamorphosis. We heard Lacob in that same interview say, you know what? They didn't do anything at the deadline because they feel like something's happening. So to me, Steiny, Kerr don't need me to defend him. But if it's all about what he's done, do you think it's really coming down to the 29 games for his future? And would that be fair?
Yes. Yes, it's fair. First of all, if they wanted to, they should have taken care of this. They let him into a lame duck year. When you let a guy into a lame duck year, what you're saying is, if he, like, you're preparing for him to leave at that point. Or it's certainly within the realm of possibility. I mean, to me, things have never been clearer than they are now with the Warriors, and he's never been more specific. Show me what you can do in the last 29 games. We got a good start. We're 8 of the last 10. Show me what we can do in the last 29 games. I'm not gonna say you got to get up to 5 because that's unrealistic. But can we get to 7? Can we win a play-in game? Can we take Minnesota to 6 or 7? Okay, now we're working on something. But you finish 9th and you get beaten a play-in by the Lakers. There's no way this team looks the same next year.
And Kerr back here.
What? I wouldn't. I mean, I think I would not know. Steve Kerr's not. That's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm interested in Warrior fans. I just told you what I heard Joe Lacob say. And what I heard Joe Lacob say for the third time this segment is we better prove something between now and the end of the season and into the playoffs. Because if we don't, there's going to be big changes. Now, I believe in this team, and I think we can be pretty good. And I think we got a shot to make some noise. And if that happens, well, then we've got another avenue we can go to. But what I heard is if this season ends poorly, I don't. Can I ask another question? And I think Steve Kerr's terrific. If the Warriors lose in the play-in game or in the first round, can you bring Steve Kerr back? And would you want to? 888-957-9570. What's the word? I guess that's what I'm saying. Oh, Tortorella. I guess that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is what I'm saying, and what Joe Lacob's saying, the same thing, and do you hear it too? 888-957-9570. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. What did you hear Joe Lacob say when he's talking about the team's present and future on 95.7?
At Fisher Investment.
valleyheating.com, valleyheating.com.
I want to have children. You got to get a girlfriend first.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, in fairness, the one thing we haven't talked about, and maybe we should, is, you hang in there and you get the 7th pick in the draft and you go get Connect. You go get Dalton Connect out of Tennessee, and then we got a ball game again, just like that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah.
You better recognize Dalton Connect. Keep the name in mind. Yes, Evan.
Mr. Connectivity.
Well, there's a million ways we can go.
Dude, you said we were in Vegas.
I thought his name was Necked.
You messed up the. You thought you had it. You pegged him wrong. Like he wasn't who you thought he was. You remember that, Evan?
Oh,
You had to revise the scouting
Yeah, right.
report.
No doubt. What happened to that?
I'm working with some people with him. I got some sources in Knoxville. Listen, he's a hell of a player. He does have to work on a few things. He's got to make just a split second quicker decision. He's like a 7th year senior.
Super senior.
He's like 23.
Oh boy,
he might be older than Curry.
He's getting up there. He transferred from somewhere in Dakota. I think he transferred from Division II. I don't know.
Stoney, before you get to the calls,
he got lost in the portal.
Look at you,
and
boy.
Rick Barnes got him. Yes, good.
Portal got Saban. You a leader?
No, I'm not.
When you played, you weren't a leader.
I'm proud to say that I know I'm not one.
No, that's
Next
real.
question.
No, I got you.
I'm not. In fact, I'm a bad follower, too. I got no skills either way.
I was never good enough to be a leader when it came to basketball. So
that's always been an interesting concept to me, whether a guy who maybe is an 8th man or not can be a leader.
Yeah.
I mean, Iguodala, late in his career, was coming off the bench, and he was a leader. When he was still playing a little. I'm not talking about the last 2 years.
But he was supposed to be Philly's franchise, so he knew what it was like.
See, a guy like David West, though, that's a good call. He was a leader his whole career.
He was an OG.
And then was able to continue being a leader even as his role diminished.
Well, when you're a leader and an OG, that's different. What do you think, Stoney? OG is different. OG is when I'm at the end of my career, I'm taking less to come, and I'm going to voice my opinion to the best player or the worst player. But a leader is, I'm talking about a guy in his, like Kobe was a leader. I want to say Steph Curry's a leader. Or do we think, like, remember how we always say Curry's a leader, he don't do it? Like, there's so many ways to lead, but what I don't like is Kevin Durant, and I'm just going here real quick saying, I'm a leader, but y'all just, I don't have the personality. It's like, Kevin, you don't got to tell us what you are or what you're not.
I think if anybody who says I'm a leader, that's a red flag. That's for other people.
I'm a great husband. What's your wife say? You know what I mean?
Looks like Necty's spearheading a run here at Mizzou. All right, I'll play this Lake Up sound again, but let's start with Al in Walnut Creek. What better way to start a show than a little pushback on Matt Steinmetz's take? What's up, Al? How you doing? Al, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, doing good. Thanks for taking the call. Look, I don't completely disagree with you, Matt. I think Lake Up has a number in mind for the core 3. And so in that regard, I agree with you. I think that's going to be proposition to Clay. If you can get those guys back at, I don't know what the luxury tax line is, but let's say 90 mil and build around the edges, then I think that is probably the way that he'd want to go.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. That would probably be after a pretty good postseason run, correct? Or an acceptable postseason run.
An acceptable one, yeah. Get in, win the play-in. I don't think they have to win the first round, to be honest. This is a little bit of a transition year as Clay's kind of figuring out his new role. The other point about Kerr, I don't see any way that you can get rid of Kerr. This has been, there are some things that have happened on the team. Coach Decky is the first that comes to mind that show me that Kerr has been the leader and steward of the franchise in a way that, one or even 2 bad years. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to go out and get Doc Rivers? I mean, I'm sure he'll be available at the end of the year.
Not after he wins a title.
So I think Kerr's safe no matter what. There's a Popovich-like quality to him that, I think you ride him out until he says he wants to, do something else.
All right, so you think pretty much Kerr's here, as Eric Musselman would say, irregardless. Assuming this thing just doesn't implode. Thanks, Al. Appreciate the call.
Steiny, I would say this. When you look at Popovich, what's the difference? It imploded there, and and they didn't run Pop. And the Coach Decky part, I forgot to even mention, you know, how Coach Kerr's been a steward and had to really show leadership and, you know, not fight for the brotherhood, but to be leaned upon and navigate through that. And they've turned that into a positive, if you can, from a basketball standpoint, to where it looks like this team's fighting for something and they're rallying. But I guess I'm asking you, if it didn't implode for Pop, wouldn't Kerr get that same type of grace?
I don't know. I don't know the specific relationship between Lacob and Kerr as opposed to R.C. Buford. And I think the owner's name was Holt and Popovich. I think there's also, I'm not convinced Kerr wants to be here for, I don't know.
No, that's a big part.
I don't know if he wants to coach for 10 more years.
I don't know. Willard and Dibbs, like Stein, he could be just saying the company line, but when he says this is what he wants to do and continue, I'm with that caller. The more and more I see this team turn the corner, or what I deem turn the corner, because they were on the mat with looking for the mouthpiece, Tyson and Buster Douglas, and I didn't think they were going to find the mouthpiece. So I feel like I can't come in here number-wise and say, hey, Steiny, look at this turn, and because they're only one game over, and they're the 10th seed. But I feel like the best is yet to come.
Why is Steve Kerr? Why have the Golden State Warriors, the preeminent organization in the NBA, allowed their president to enter a lame duck season, and then he left, and now they've allowed their coach to enter a lame duck season? The only answer is they're not ready to agree to a long-term contract. Okay, why not? Well, I could certainly see Joe Lacob saying, let's see how this year plays out. And you know what? It may play out to a point where the Warriors do okay, and Steve Kerr still says, you know what? This has run its course. I don't know.
Do you get that from Kerr?
Yes. I could, I want to know a Warrior fan, the Warrior fans are you too. Do you want Steve Kerr to be the coach for the next 5 years, long term? Do you want to see it play out? I think, to me, whether or not Kerr's back depends solely on how this team finishes the year.
But when you look at what they're working with,
that's just what I'm hearing Joe Lacob say, and I get it. If you want to call and say, Steiny, I didn't hear that at all, we can debate that. But I heard a guy say, verbatim, if this team were to slide all the way down and not do well at the end of the year, you know there's going to be big changes. And I'm just saying, so you better go win a series.
Yeah. Which I think they can.
Well, sure they can. They can win 2 series if everything falls into place. But the evidence from 53 games shows they're going to lose a play-in game, and that'll be it. That's what the first. Now, if they go 18-11 down the stretch and bump up to 7, then they can win a play-in and advance, and then we're talking about something differently. But to me, the reason he's saying that is because 27-26 is not acceptable. 500 is not acceptable.
Right. And I'll say this, a couple years ago when they lost to Memphis in the play-in, I don't want to say Kerr survived that, but they bounced back to win a title after that. So I don't feel like there was the pressure.
He was under contract for several more years after
that. But Steiny, if you're Steve Kerr and you just look at what the Warriors are working with, and you posed a question last week
about
Kuminga,
what they're working with?
In regard to what they have, the balance now of Steph playing great basketball and Dre figuring out the connection between Wiggins and Kuminga and what Kuminga's next step is, because he's already taken a step like Podziemski. You got to like what they have. That's what I'm saying. If I'm Kerr, I don't want to go anywhere. I finally see it now. You know, the flower's starting to blossom a bit. And I'm just talking about next year, but we're focused on this one. If Kuminga could take another leap and you got Pods and Curry's looking fresher all of a sudden after looking stale, I wouldn't put that off the table.
415 from the Comcast
I'm
Business
excited.
Text line.
Yeah.
You can be excited. And you can be excited, and they might go 14-15 down the stretch.
I would, yeah.
I mean, dude, one Curry tweak, and this whole thing changes. 415, this is the kind of text that'll get me a little annoyed. Name one coach that can come in and do better than Kerr. This is so crazy when I hear people say replace Kerr. Actually, it doesn't make me that mad because I read it wrong. I'm with you. I don't know who can do a better job than Steve Kerr. And I'm not saying anybody out there is saying, I think there are fans that want to replace Steve Kerr. All I'm saying is he's clearly the possibility exists that Steve Kerr ain't going to coach this team next year. And the reason is because he doesn't have a contract. And neither did Bob Myers. And once it gets to this point, then you better get two guys to tango. And Bob Myers is like, you know what, enough.
Yeah.
I mean, who's to say Steve Kerr just finishes the year and says, this thing's done? Bob saw it a year ago, and I see it now.
No doubt. But let's talk about that briefly here. So when it was all said and done, if you judge each man for the words that came out of their mouth, the reason that was done was Bob's decision. And if we want to call Joe Lacob naive, or however you think he came across at that dual interview where he was at, Steiny,
disingenuous. That's how I would.
Wow. Okay. Gotcha.
He did not learn a day before Myers left that Myers was leaving.
And I bring that up, and the reason I bring that up, Steiny, and I lightweight agree with you, but the reason I bring that up is, maybe Lacob ain't looking at this as you got to prove it or do it. You know what I mean? It could just be, hey, we'll play this out. This year's over. You're a made man, which Kerr should be.
And but Bob wasn't?
No, I got you. But Bob, again, I know what you're saying.
You think you think Bob was torn and gut-wrenching decision, which it probably was, but you're assuming that Kerr loves it here and wants to be here. And I don't know that.
Right. And I'm going to say
this
about
he says all
Bob.
the right things.
Even though he was in the same situation, I now feel, and I'll take it to my grave, I don't know why I brought that up, but Steiny, I feel like Joe Lacob took Bob and Bob wanting to stay here for granted. And maybe he's kind of doing it with Steve Kerr, and they both know, hey, Bob, Steve, you hear Steiny and Goo or the fans? Yeah, I'm a lame duck status. I'm not going anywhere. And maybe it could really just be that.
That's fine. But I just heard the owner say there's going to be big changes if we don't do well in the postseason, or if we.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. Why do I feel like that could be? Now, we know they called about LeBron. That would have shook the world had something happened and they called about LeBron. But that gives Warrior fans and anybody that'll look at this thing from afar, Steiny, why can't I look at that as a player? Like, maybe Draymond or somebody is dangled if he's feeling, froggish. Like, I hear that sound like, oh, that could be a player. But obviously somebody's got to go.
Exactly.
But that would be exciting in itself.
Exciting's one thing. Winning basketball is another.
That's why
the Atlanta Hawks are exciting, right, Goo?
Well, hey.
Joey Z in Oakland. Oh, boy. What's up, buddy? Hey, Joey.
It's Josie.
Josie.
That's my daughter's name. How you doing, buddy?
I like that. Josie.
Really?
Yep. Josie. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually.
She was actually
Josey. I was actually named after the outlaw Josie Wales.
My daughter was named after like her uncle. Believe it or not.
Never knew that.
It's my daughter, but she's named. Yeah, exactly. Josie's one of those names that can go both ways. Kind of like Klay Thompson in his prime.
Her uncle on your side or her mom's side?
Her mom's.
Okay, that's
side.
Wow.
Yeah.
What you got, baby?
Okay, so you bring up Klay. So that's my point. I'll cut right. First of all, I love you guys. I will say, last week when you guys were fighting about with the Niners loss and Dre Greenlaw, the way you guys went at each other.
Yeah, we got in trouble for that.
Nervous.
We got in trouble for that.
Yeah, that was too intense.
Yeah. Guru apologized 7 times over. It was okay though. And I said,
I don't remember that.
Yeah, 6 times.
Oh boy, go ahead.
Well, you were probably blacked out, Goo. Goo, you were probably blacked out. I'd never heard your tone like that. You were screaming.
I'm trying to think what day
you were
that
being
was.
attacked, which you were.
We're on to Cincinnati.
I appreciate you, Jay. It's coming back to me. Yeah. Look at Chelsea.
Okay, so check it out. So Joe Lacob, I mean, he's got to be. He's talking about the big three or Kerr, right? And I feel like I'm optimistic, but I'm also realistic. And if you look at this season, right, most of the season has not really been going very well. But if you look at those four guys have obviously done a lot of amazing things together. And I hate to say it. I mean, I feel really bad saying it, and I hope he's not listening because it would. But he's got to be talking about Klay. Right? I mean,
I would put Wiggins in there too. I think he might be talking about Wiggins too.
Yeah, but is that
and Looney? But yeah, I hear you. I
feel like, I hear you. It very well might be Wiggins, but I don't know. I feel like Wiggins is going to go. That doesn't quite warrant the gravity that he was speaking with when he said he's going to make some big changes. I mean, I hope that Clay accepts his new role. He can do what he did when he came off the bench. It's 35 3/4. I mean, that's amazing. But like, if you look at this season, out of the four of those guys, I feel like he's the weak link, which pains me to say. Right. But anyway, that's my take. I love you guys.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the call. Hey, Evan, do you remember, or Goo, offhand, do you remember what day the trading deadline was? February.
I want to say
February 8th.
It would have been the night that they played Indiana.
Okay.
We were in Vegas.
Yeah, Thursday we were in Vegas.
So the Warriors were 21-25. They see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I believe. So Tuesday, January 30th, they beat the Sixers. Then they beat the Grizzlies. Okay, so they won 2 in a row. Then they lost that game against the Hawks that they tricked off.
Yeah,
remember that game
in Atlanta?
Okay, that hurt. Then they played Brooklyn, won. They played Philly, won. So they'd come into I think at that point, when Joe Lacob says there was stuff we could have done at the deadline that would have saved us money, $80 million. That tells me that there was something out there for somebody. I don't know if it was Wiggins. Maybe it was Looney and somebody. But at that point, Lacob said, you know what? I know it's only been 4 or 5 games, but we've had some injuries. I think this thing could be turning around. Kuminga's playing better. I'm not doing that right now. I'm not moving Wiggins, or I'm not moving a guy without a tangible piece coming back, because I've got to give these guys a shot. I have to. Okay, so they don't do anything at the deadline, and now they win another 4 out of 5 or something like that, and now they're 1 game over 500. I just think he said, okay, I was pretty close to doing something at the deadline because we weren't doing that well. I think what he's saying now is, if we don't do well for the next 29 games, I'll go back to that. I'll go back to maybe we do move Wiggins, and maybe we do get Looney out of here, and maybe we tell Chris Paul and Klay Thompson to pound sand, and we look at another avenue. But I think the Warriors, playing pretty well the last 3 or 4 weeks, have allowed Lacob to kick the can down the road a little and to sit tight and to give this team the absolute positive last gasp at something, whatever it is.
I'm not mad.
But if they don't, if this year ends with a flicker, I think it's over.
And okay.
I think big changes are coming.
Now,
big changes.
I got a text to read.
I'm just taking him at his word.
I got a text to read from our friend, but before I read it, I want to tell you this. Big changes to me mean, Steiny, everybody's on the table, not named Kuminga. I'm throwing Pods in there, and I'm throwing Steph. If it got to that, and Warrior fans, Dub Nation doesn't want it to, obviously, but Steiny, Draymond would be on that list of big changes. I mean, what would it have taken? And maybe I'm wrong in regard to Kuminga to get LeBron